Welcome to Mr. Nightbleed. Tonight, in 4 true paranormal moments in cemeteries left to rot in silence, we return to the quiet edges of the world where the hum of the living fades, and only the wind moves through the graves. These are the stories buried in stone and soil. Headstones that whisper, plots that remember, and resting places that refuse to rest. In the law, on resting places. Every account you're about to hear is real, taken from those who've stood among these forgotten markers and felt the chill of something watching from below. My goal this month is to reach 4,000 subscribers. Almost 90% of viewers wander in, listen, and vanish into the dark without subscribing. Don't be one of them. Join the darkness. Subscribe now. Before we begin, tell me in the comments where you're watching from and what hour of the night it is for you. And if there's a graveyard in your town that truly unsettles you, type its name below. Because when the world sleeps and the soil settles, some things beneath it do not rest. Kill the lights. Silence the world. Take a slow breath and let us begin. My name's Mason Rourke. I'm from the little stretch outside Cedar Latch, Pennsylvania, and I work as a night security guard. Listen, I know how this sounds. I keep telling myself to shut up about it, to sleep, to move on, to be normal. But I am in my car right now, by a cemetery gate, and my battery light keeps flickering, and my hands will not stop shaking. And if I do not get this out of me, I think I am going to start believing the wrong part of it. The part where I made it all up. The part where I am the problem. And I cannot live like that. I cannot. I have not slept right since it happened. And I keep replaying the first ordinary thing because that is the part that hurts the most. How normal it was. How I was just a guy doing his job. How there was a breakfast sandwich in a greasy paper sleeve and coffee that burned my tongue because I always drink it too hot. How my shirt was the same work polo I always wear. Dark blue, stitched badge on the chest, and there was this pale stain on the front from a spilled packet of creamer that I wiped with a napkin. And I told myself I would wash it when I got home. That stain is still there. It will not come out. I have tried. It is like it sunk into the fabric and decided it lives there now. That was the day. The day I took a daytime shift first, and then got asked to cover the overnight at the cemetery complex because someone called out, and I said yes because overtime is overtime, because rent is rent, because I am not in a position to say no, because I am the kind of guy who thinks doing the right thing at work protects you. I punched in at 6:52 p.m. I remember because the time clock always lags, and it makes you scan twice, and the second scan is the one that sticks. And I looked at the little digital screen and it said 6:52. And then the manager from the main office, the one who never looks you in the eye, said, "You're a lifesaver. Man, just do the loops. Log the gates. Watch for teenagers. And call me if you see anything weird." He actually said anything weird. Like that was a normal thing to say about a cemetery. I laughed like it was a joke. He did not laugh. He handed me the ring of keys and the clipboard and this cheap flashlight that smells like old plastic, and I said, "Yeah, sure." And he said, "Stay out of the lower corridors. They don't want anyone down there alone." And I said, "What lower corridors?" And he said, "You'll see the sign." And then he walked away and I stood there like a kid holding something sharp, like I had been given a job I did not understand. The cemetery complex is not just headstones, it is a whole property. People think cemeteries are simple. They are not. This one has the older yard with leaning stones and iron fencing, and then the newer section with neat markers, and then the row of above-ground crypts, and then the mausoleum complex near the back where the ground dips a little and the trees knit together overhead so the moon gets cut up into thin pieces. There are stone corridors back there. Actual corridors. Narrow, shoulder width, with nameplates and metal doors, and little vases bolted to the wall, and the kind of air that feels like it has been held in for years. And there is one mausoleum that is bigger than the rest, like a block of pale stone set into the line, with a door that looks like it was cut out of the same rock and then wedged back in. Not a swinging door, a stone slab door with a seam around it. I am telling you, that seam matters. I did not know it mattered yet. I drove in at 7:09. The gate clicked behind me. The gate always clicks. It is the kind of sound you stop hearing after a while. I parked by the little security post, which is basically a shed with a desk and a space heater and a radio that mostly hisses. I checked my phone. 7:12. I texted my sister because she worries when I work overnights. Just covering a shift, all good. She sent back a thumbs up. I ate the breakfast sandwich cold because I forgot to eat it earlier, and it was still in my bag. That is the kind of detail I hate, that I remember something so stupid, cold egg and bread that tasted like paper, while something else was waiting for me in the dark. I did the first loop just like I always do. Gate check. Chain check. Perimeter fence. I wrote down the times. I did not cut corners. I am not that guy. The headlight swept over stones and trees and the occasional plastic flower arrangement that catches light like it is alive. I saw 2 deer near the old section, and they did that thing where they freeze and stare at you like you owe them money. I drove slow so I would not scare them into the road. I heard the crunch of gravel under my tires. The steady little grind that makes you feel like you are moving through someone else's memory. Everything was fine. Everything was ordinary. Then I got to the mausoleum corridors. I did not even mean to. It is part of the route. You swing wide, cut behind the chapel, and the road narrows, and you pass the stone corridor entrances, and you shine your light down them to make sure nobody is in there. No teenagers, no vandals, no people doing things you do not want to think about in a place like that. I took the flashlight and I walked one corridor. It smelled damp, like wet stone, like old pennies. The light made the nameplates flash for a second, then go dull again. My footsteps sounded too loud. I hate that. I hate how loud you feel in there. I checked each door handle. They are all locked. They should be. I walked out, wrote the time. Then I went to the bigger mausoleum, the one at the end of the row. The seam around the door was a thin, dark line. The stone looked clean compared to the others, like it had been wiped recently. I remember thinking that was odd, because the rest have streaks, moss, spiderwebs in the corners. This one looked like it had been cared for. Then I noticed the leaves. There were dead leaves and bits of trash, little paper scraps, dry pine needles, and they were not just sitting there. They were gathered, kind of, like something had pulled them toward the seam, like they had slid across the ground and piled up right at the crack. I thought wind. I thought maybe the corridor funnels air. I thought, I do not know, physics, like a grown-up. I bent down and I brushed the leaves away with my gloved hand because I wanted to see if the seam was cracked or if someone had tried to pry it. The leaves were dry. They made that crisp sound. I cleared them, and right then, right as my glove came away, I felt it. I felt air move. Not a gust across my face, not a draft down the corridor. It was like the seam itself took a breath. That is the only way I can say it without sounding like I am trying to be dramatic, and I am not. I swear to God I am not. The seam pulled. The dust and the smallest leaves, the ones light enough to dance, they slid toward the crack like they were being sipped. I actually said out loud, "What the heck?" I said it because my brain needed a normal sentence to put on a thing that did not feel normal. I put my hand near the seam, careful, because I thought maybe there was some venting system, some pressure thing. Maybe the door was not sealed right and air was moving. I felt cold. Not cold air. Cold like the stone itself was colder than the night. I stepped back. The air stopped. The leaves lay still. I stood there with the flashlight beam on the door, and I waited for it to happen again. Like an idiot waiting for a trick. It did not. I told myself it was a draft, that was all. And I wrote in the log, Mausoleum Row checked, no persons, all secure. And I went back to my car. I turned the heater on. I rubbed my hands. I drank stale coffee from the cup I had left in the holder. I watched the clock tick. 8:03. I did not go back out for a while. That should tell you something. I did not even realize I was avoiding it. I just kept doing paperwork. The radio hissed. The trees outside moved a little. It was damp that night. The ground held moisture. You could smell it. Wet grass. Wet soil. When you get that smell, you think of rain even if it is not raining, like the world is preparing. Around 9:20, I did the next loop. I stayed in the car until the corridor turned. Then I made myself get out, because it is my job. I shined the light. I walked. I checked. Everything was the same. The door was the same. The seam was the same. The leaves had gathered again. Not as many, but enough that it made my stomach dip. Enough to make it feel like the door had been hungry while I was gone. I did not brush them this time. I stood there and listened. You can hear so much at night if you let yourself. A dog bark far away. A car on the highway. The little click of insects. But near that door, it was like those sounds got thin. Like the corridor behind me was a hallway, and the rest of the world was on the other side of a wall. I leaned closer, not touching, just close enough that I could see the seam clearly. I did not feel the breath this time. I did not see the leaves move. I was about to turn away when I heard a sound from inside. A dull thump. Not loud, not a bang. A soft knock like somebody tapping wood with the side of their fist. It came from behind the stone. I froze. I waited. Nothing. I told myself it was settling stone, temperature changes, any reasonable thing. Then it happened again. 3 knocks, spaced like somebody thinking. Tap, tap, tap. I swallowed. My mouth went dry. I said, hello. Because again, my brain reached for normal words. Nothing answered. I stood there and I could feel my heartbeat in my throat. The flashlight beam shook a little. I hate admitting that. I hate that my hands did that. Then I heard the sound of something sliding, like fabric on stone, like someone shifting their weight. And then I heard breathing. Not the door breathing. Actual breathing. Shallow. Quick. Like panic. I took a step back and my heel hit a loose stone and it scraped and the breathing stopped like I had shut off a radio. I stood absolutely still. I said, "Is someone in there?" I said it like I was annoyed, like I was scolding a kid, because I did not want to sound scared. I did not want to be scared. I did not want to be the kind of man who gets scared by a noise. The breathing started again, and then there was a voice. I am telling you, there was a voice. It was not clear. It was like it had to push through the stone. It sounded wet and strained, and it said my name. It said, Mason Rourke. It said it like it was reading it off a piece of paper. It said it like it had never said it before, but it knew it had to say it right. Mason Rourke. I jumped back like the stone was hot. I looked down the corridor behind me, expecting to see somebody, expecting a prank, expecting some guy with a phone filming me for laughs. There was nobody. The corridor was empty, straight as a ruler. The only thing there was my own breath in front of my face, faint in the cold, and the beam of my flashlight washing the walls. I spun back to the door and I said, "How do you know my name?" I said it loud. My voice cracked on the last word, and I hate that I can still feel it. The breathing inside turned into this little hitch, like a sob that did not have space. And then the knocking started again, faster now, like it was urgent. Tap, 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 then a pause, then tap, 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 like it was trying to send something. Like a pattern. I backed away, and I did not run, not yet, because I was still trying to be rational. I pulled out my phone and I dialed the main office. It rang. I held it near my ear, and I kept my eyes on the seam. The ring sounded too loud. No answer. I called again. Voicemail. I hung up. I tried the radio. I said, "Hey, this is Mason at the cemetery site. I need someone to call me back." My voice sounded thin. The radio hissed, and then my own voice echoed back in the speaker, delayed, like the radio was repeating me. That made my skin prickle. I turned the radio off. I told myself, "Okay, just leave. Go back to the post, lock the car, wait until morning, and then tell them the door needs checking. That's it." I walked backward. The knocking stopped. The breathing stopped. The corridor felt like it unclenched. I turned and I walked fast. Not running, but fast. Gravel crunched under my boots. I kept expecting footsteps behind me. None. I got to the car and I got in and I locked the doors, even though that is stupid because a lock is nothing if something is already inside your head. I sat there with the engine idling and I stared at the windshield and I tried to laugh. I tried. It came out like a cough. I told myself maybe a person is trapped in there. Maybe someone got in earlier and the door sealed. But how? It is stone. It does not swing. It does not latch. It sits. It is heavy. It is the kind of thing you do not open without equipment. And even if someone was inside, how would they know my full name? Not just Mason. Not just "Hey you," my full name. The one on my badge, sure, but the badge was under my jacket. But the schedule is in the office. The one on my phone screen, sure, but no one had my phone. I sat there, and my thoughts went in circles like a dog chasing its own tail. I checked the time, 9:47. I texted my sister again. "You up?" No reply. I did not want to call the cops for a noise. I did not want to be that guy. I did not want to explain it. So, I did the dumb thing. I waited. I waited, like waiting makes things safe. Around 10:15, I told myself I had to verify. That is what you do in security. You verify. So I got out again. I took the flashlight. I walked back. Each step felt wrong, like I was walking into a room where people had been whispering about me. The corridor looked the same. The door looked the same. The leaves were gathered again. More now, like the ground itself had rolled them there. I stood a few feet away, and I listened. Nothing. No knocks. No breathing. No voice. I told myself it was my imagination. The whole thing. Maybe I was tired. Maybe the damp air makes sound carry weird. I got closer. I shined the light on the seam. That is when the door inhaled again. Not like a gust. A dead leaf lifted and fluttered against the seam and stuck there like it had been licked. I stepped back, and the pull stopped. I stood there with my mouth open like an idiot. I said, "Dude." That is what my brain gave me. And then, from inside, the voice came again. Closer now. Clearer. Like it had moved right up to the stone. It said my name again, but this time it said it like it was mad at me. Mason Rourke. And then it said, "Open it." I felt my stomach drop all the way into my boots. I said, "I can't. I can't open it." I said it because it was true. And I thank that Ben Kane in the name and tonight. And I thank you really for subscription, and I thank Thought Arl. And I really said, I think that was being coming from the pod-op subscription. Because even if I wanted to, I did not have a way. The voice inside did not argue. It did not plead. It just breathed fast, and then started knocking in that same pattern again. Like it was counting. Like it was telling time. And then it said something else. And this is the part that I keep forgetting and then remembering. Like my brain is trying to protect me by smudging it. But I heard it. I did. It said, "You already did." That sentence hit me like a shove. You already did. Like I had opened it earlier. Like I had let something happen without knowing. I backed away so fast, my flashlight beam skittered across the stones. I turned and I walked fast again. And I heard, behind me, the faint scrape of something heavy shifting, like stone settling, like a seam widening for a second. I got to my car. I got in. I locked it. I started to drive. I made it maybe 20 feet before I hit the brakes. Because the gate at the entrance was closed. It should have been open. It is on a timer. It stays open when you are inside because you have a fob that pings the sensor. I had used it earlier. It worked. But now the gate was shut tight and the chain was looped and the padlock was on. The padlock. I stared at it through the headlights like it was a face. I did not put that lock on. I do not carry that lock. The chain is heavy and you have to pull it. I got out and I walked up to it and I touched the padlock and it was cold and wet like it had been there all night. I tried the keys. None fit. I tried the fob on the sensor. The little light blinked red. I said, "No, no, no, not like that," because my brain was trying to bargain with a gate. I called the office again. Voicemail. I called the manager's number. No answer. I called dispatch. It rang and then someone answered, a bored voice. "Yes, I'm on the schedule." And he said, "What's the address?" And I gave it. And he said, "We don't have any call about a locked gate." And I said, "I'm calling now. I need someone to come." And he said, "Is there an emergency?" And I said, "I don't know." And he said, "If you're safe, contact your supervisor." And I said, "I tried. If there is a trespasser or a crime, we can send someone. But if you are locked in a private property and you are not in immediate danger, you need to contact the property manager." I almost laughed. Immediate danger. I looked back down the drive. The cemetery was dark and still. The mausoleum corridor was hidden by trees. I said, fine, okay. And I hung up, and I stood there by the gate with my phone in my hand, and I realized something that made my skin go tight. My hands were dirty, not just from handling the chain. There was a fine gray dust on my fingertips, like powder, like stone dust. I rubbed my fingers together and it smeared. I had been wearing gloves earlier. I took the gloves off at the car. I did not touch the mausoleum door with bare hands. I am sure of that. I swear I am sure. But my fingers were dusty like I had pressed them on stone. My breath came fast. I wiped my hands on my pants and it left streaks. I went back to the post, because where else do you go when the gate is locked and the night feels wrong? I sat inside and I kept the lights on, even though you are not supposed to because it ruins your night vision. But I did not care. The radio hissed. I turned it on and off. I kept thinking I heard my name in the hiss. And that is when I started to really feel like I was losing it. I checked the camera feed. The gate camera showed the chain and padlock. The timestamp in the corner said 10:58. I watched the feed like it was going to explain itself. It did not. I tried to distract myself by doing the log. My handwriting looked like a child's. I wrote, "Gate locked unexpectedly. Keys do not fit. Attempted contact. No response." I stared at the words, and I realized how stupid they looked on paper. Gate locked unexpectedly, like the gate made a choice. Around 11:30, the power flickered in the post. The little overhead light blinked. The heater clicked off and then back on. The radio popped and then went quiet. The camera feed froze for a second. I sat very still. I told myself, power issue. Storm somewhere. The weather can do that. But the air outside did not feel like storm air. It felt damp and heavy, and still. I looked out the window toward the mausoleum row, and I saw something that made my throat close. The leaves near the stone corridors were moving, not blowing, sliding. It looked like someone dragging a broom, gathering them, pulling them in a line. The line went straight to that one mausoleum. The one. I could not hear anything from that far. I thought about staying inside and pretending I did not see it. Then I thought about what the voice said. You already did. I opened the post door and I stepped outside. The damp air hit my face. The smell of wet stone was stronger now, like it had seeped out. I walked toward the corridor, telling myself I was going to check for a trespasser, telling myself this was a job. That is all. And every step felt like stepping into a colder room. I reached the corridor entrance, and I stopped. The corridor itself looked darker than the night around it, like the stone walls were swallowing the moonlight. I shined my flashlight down it. The beam went maybe 20 feet, and then it seemed to fade, like the air ate it. I know what you are thinking. Cheap flashlight. Weak beam. But I am telling you, it was like the light got tired. I took one step in. The sound of my boot on gravel echoed too much. I took another step. The air felt thicker. I could taste something metallic, like a penny held under your tongue. I stopped and I listened. From deeper in, from the end where the big mausoleum sits, I heard knocking again. Not fast. Slow. Tap. 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 Like a patient person. Like someone who knows you have to come closer to hear. My feet kept moving anyway, because my brain was still stuck in work mode, still trying to solve it, still trying to keep it normal. Halfway down the corridor, I realized my phone had no signal. I looked at it, and it said no service. That is not normal there. You can get a weak bar, but you get something. I held it up. Nothing. The corridor ate the signal too. I put the phone in my pocket and I kept walking because if you stop in a place like that, the fear catches up and grabs you by the back of the neck. I reached the end. The mausoleum door was there. Pale stone, seemed dark. The leaves were piled thick against it now, like a nest. The air around the seam pulled in slow waves, like breathing you can see without seeing it. I stood a few feet away. The knocking stopped. The corridor got very quiet. I could hear my own breath loud, like I was in a small room. Then the voice came, right against the stone. Mason Rourke. It said it softer this time. It said it like it was trying to be kind. Open it. I shook my head, even though it could not see me. I said, I can't. I don't have a way. And the voice said, you have hands. My hands went cold. I pulled my gloves out of my pocket. I put them on fast like that helped. I said, who are you? And listen, I know that is a stupid question. I know there is no good answer to that. But I asked it anyway, because I needed the voice to be a person. A trapped person. A real person. The voice did not answer who it was. It answered like it did not understand the question. It said, you are late. That sentence made me dizzy. You are late. Like I had missed an appointment. Like this was scheduled. I felt my stomach twist. I said, I work here. I'm just covering. I don't know what you mean. The voice took a breath, and I heard the breath scrape, like lungs dragging against something. It said, you already came. You already stood here. You already touched it. Then it laughed. Just a little. Not a big laugh. Just a wet little sound like someone smiling with a dry mouth. That laugh went through me like a cold wire. I backed away. My boots scraped the stone floor. The leaves against the seam shifted as if they were listening too. I said, no, I did not. I would remember. The voice said, you forgot. You always forget. And then it said something that made my heart slam so hard I thought I would pass out. It said, check your hands. I looked down at my gloves. They were clean. Then I remembered the dust on my bare fingers earlier, the stone dust. There were faint gray lines in my skin, like I had pressed my hand against a chalky surface and it had settled into the creases. It looked like a handprint that belonged to me but came from somewhere else. My throat went tight. I said, "No, no, no, that's just dirt." And the voice said, "Put your ear on it." I did not want to. I did not. I am telling you. Every part of me said do not. But there is this thing that happens when you are scared and confused and alone, where the wrong suggestion feels like the only way forward. Like you have to follow the rule of the thing that is happening. I stepped closer. The stone was cold enough that the air around it felt colder. I leaned in, slow. I put my ear near the seam without touching. Then I touched, just barely, because I could not hear otherwise. The marble was so cold it made my skin hurt. I listened. At first, I heard nothing but my own blood rushing. But from farther in, like there were corridors, inside corridors. And then I heard a sound that turned my stomach. A sound like fingernails dragging across stone, like someone scratching to be heard. Then a voice. A different voice. Not the same one. Thinner. Younger maybe. And it was crying. And it said, "Please, please, please, I'm right here." And then it said my name again, Mason Rourke. But it said it like it knew me, like it was someone who had said it 100 times before. Like family, like someone close, like my sister. My whole body went hot and cold at once. I jerked back so fast my flashlight bounced off the wall and the corridor spun for a second. I said, "No, that's not. And I could not finish the sentence because my mouth stopped working. The first voice, the one against the stone, said, "Hear that? That's you calling. That's you knocking. Open it." My hands shook so hard I could not hold the flashlight steady. I said, "Stop, stop, leave me alone." And as soon as I said stop, the knocking inside stopped like it had been waiting for that word. And then I felt the air move behind me. Not a gust, not wind. The feeling of someone stepping close. The certainty of being observed by nothing visible. You know when you can feel a person behind you even before you hear them. It was that, but heavier. Like a weight pressing in. I turned fast. Flashlight up. Ready to see a trespasser. Ready to shout. Ready to do something real. There was nobody in the corridor. Nobody. The beam showed empty stone. Empty floor. Nameplates. Metal doors. Nothing moving. But the feeling stayed. It stayed like a hand on the back of my neck. On the stone. On the seam area. On the smooth part of the slab where I had not touched. 5 finger marks, dark with dust. Like someone had pressed their hand from this side and left the pattern. I stared at them. I lifted my own hand and I lined it up without touching and it matched. I took a step back and my heel hit the leaves pile, and the leaves moved like a living thing, sliding away from my boot, making space, making a path to the seam. The air pull at the seam got stronger. The door inhaled, slow and deep, and I felt it in my chest like the corridor was breathing with it. I backed away again, and the pull eased. I realized then, listen, I realized it like a clear thought in the middle of panic, that the thing wanted proximity. It wanted me close. It wanted my breath near it. It wanted my attention, my body, my hands. I ran down the corridor like a kid, like a scared kid. I did not look back because I could feel that weight following. Not footsteps, not sound, just the pressure of being watched. I burst out into the open air near the chapel and I gulped damp night like it was water. I ran to the post. I slammed the door. I locked it. I sat on the floor with my back against the wall, and I held my knees, and I shook. I kept whispering, No, no, no. Like the word could block the corridor. I stayed like that until my phone buzzed. I looked at it, expecting my sister, expecting anything normal. Another missed call. No caller ID. My phone had said no service in the corridor. Now it had service enough to receive ghost calls. And I hate that I even used that word in my head, because I do not talk like that. I do not believe in that stuff. I did not before. The calls kept coming, back to back, like someone holding down redial. I did not answer. I did not. My own phone number calling me. I stared at it. I checked. It was the same digits. I scrolled. Again and again. My number. Calling me. I whispered, "Dude, what is happening?" My voice sounded like someone else's. The radio on the desk clicked on by itself. Static filled the room. Then, through the static, I heard a voice. Not clear at first. Then, clearer. "Mason Rourke, open it." I slapped the radio off so hard my hands stung. The room went silent except for my breathing. I stood up and I looked at the logbook, and I saw the pen on top of it. And I swear to God I had put the pen in the drawer earlier. I had. I am picky about it. The pen was on the logbook, like someone had set it there, like a reminder to write something down. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the pen. But I forced myself to write, because writing makes it real. Because I thought if I wrote it, it would have to make sense. I wrote, "Heard voice from mausoleum. Said my name. Gate locked with unknown padlock. Phone calls from my own number. Radio interference, repeating name." The words looked insane. I stared at them and I started laughing, just a little. A broken laugh. Because I could see how it would look to anyone reading it later. Then I stopped laughing because I realized someone would read it later. Someone would come in the morning. Someone would see my handwriting and decide I was unstable, and that would be my whole story. So I ripped the page out. I crumpled it. I stuffed it in my pocket. I told myself I would show it only if I had to. Then I sat in the chair and I stared at the door of the post, and I waited for morning like waiting for morning fixes anything. The hours crawled. 12:14, 12:47, 1:05. The power flickered again at 1:22. My breath started to show. I kept listening for knocks outside. I kept listening for footsteps. I kept thinking I heard gravel crunching. But when I looked out the window, nothing moved. Then, at 2:11, I saw the corridor area again. The line of mausoleums in the distance. And I saw something that made my skin go numb. The big mausoleum door, the sealed slab, had a thin dark mark across it, like a smear, like a handprint, but not mine. It was on the outside of the slab, about chest height, and it looked like someone had pressed their palms and dragged them down. I could not see details from that far, but I could see the shape of it, and I felt this awful certainty, like the mark was fresh, like it had just happened. I stood and I leaned close to the window, and I pressed my forehead to the cold glass, and I whispered, "No." And then, from the corridor area, even from that far, I heard knocking. It carried. It echoed. It was not muffled anymore. It was like the stone corridor amplified it. Tap, 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 pause. Tap, 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 tap. Like a signal. Like a clock. Like it was counting down. I backed away from the window. I turned on every light in the post. I sat with my back to the wall again. I held my phone in my hand like it was a weapon, even though it is just a piece of glass. At 2:58, my phone buzzed again. This time, it was a text message. From my own number. The message said, "You already opened it." My fingers went numb. I stared at the screen until it dimmed. Then it buzzed again. Another message. From my number. It said, "I did not." I stayed in that chair until the sky started to lighten at the edges. Not full dawn. River, just that slow pale shift, where the black turns to dark blue. That time is burned into my brain because I kept looking at the clock like it was a lifeline. And when it hit 5:19, the gate camera feed flickered and then came back, and the padlock was gone. Gone. The chain was looped but loose. The gate was slightly open, like it had never been locked at all. I stared at the screen and my mouth fell open. I rewound the feed. The camera system stores a few hours. I watched the footage around 4:50, 5, 5:10. The gate was locked. Locked. Then at 5:17, the image glitched. Just for a second, like a skipped frame. And when it stabilized, the padlock was gone. No person visible. No hands. No bolt cutters. Nothing. Just gone between frames. I sat there and I started shaking again. Harder. Because that meant someone could lock it and unlock it without being seen. Or it meant the camera could be made to lie. Or it meant something else I did not want to name. I waited until full daylight, until I could hear a bird, until I could pretend the world was normal again. Then I got in my car and I drove out. The gate swung like it always does. No resistance. No sound except the click. I drove straight to the main office. I walked in with my clipboard and my keyring, and my face probably looked like something you see in a mirror when you are sick. The manager looked up and said, "Rough night." He said it like he knew. I said, "The gate was locked. There were calls. The mausoleum. The corridor. I heard someone inside." He held up his hand and said, "Slow down, man. You look like you did not sleep." I said, "I did not." I told him everything. Not in the crazy way. Not like this. I tried to be professional. I said, "There is something wrong with the mausoleum door at the end. It's pulling air. There were knocks from inside. It knew my name." I saw his eyes flicker on that last part. Just a flicker. Then he said, "Nobody should be inside. Those units are sealed." I said. He said, "You sure you weren't hearing traffic echo?" I said, "No." He said, "You sure you didn't fall asleep and dream?" I said, "No." He leaned back and he tapped his fingers on the desk like he was thinking about paperwork. Then he said, "Look, we get sounds out there. Animals, pipes, stones settling, wind. People get spooked. Happens." I said, "The gate was locked with a padlock I don't have." He said, said. Maybe a grounds guy did it and forgot." I said, "It happened while I was inside, and then it disappeared in one frame on the camera." He stared at me for a second, and then he said, "The camera system glitches." I said, "Can you check?" He said, "I'll have maintenance look." He said it like he was already done. I pulled the crumpled page from my pocket, the one I ripped out, and I smoothed it on his desk. I said, "I wrote it down." He looked at the paper and his face changed a little. Not fear, more like annoyance mixed with something else. He said, "Mason, listen, if you're stressed, take the day, get some sleep, we'll assign someone else tonight." I said. He said, "But don't put this in the official log, okay?" That made me freeze. I said, "Why?" He said, "Because it's not actionable. Because it will cause problems. Because families complain when they hear stories." He said families, like what I described, was just a story. I stared at him and I realized he did not want to know. He did not want a problem he could not fix. He wanted me quiet. He said, "Go home, wash up, get some rest, we'll talk later." I left the office with my keys still in my hand, and I sat in my car and I just stared at the steering wheel. My hands were still dusty. I rubbed them and the dust came back in the creases like it belonged there. I scrubbed my hands until they were raw. I could not get the dust out of the lines of my palms. I kept looking at the stain on my shirt, that creamer stain shaped like a hand, and I kept thinking about the voice saying, "You forgot." I tried to sleep. I lay in bed, and every time I started to drift, I heard knocking in my head. Tap, 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 pause, tap, 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 like a heartbeat you cannot escape. When I did sleep, I dreamed I was in the corridor, but it was longer than it should be, and the nameplates were blank, and my flashlight did not work, and the only thing I could see was my own hands pressed against stone from the inside, and I could see my fingerprints dark on the other side, like a mirror. I woke up gasping. I checked my phone. There was a voicemail from my own number. I did not want to play it. I played it anyway because I needed to know if I was losing my mind. It was mostly static, then faint, the voice. Not my voice, but using my cadence, like it had studied me. It said, "Mason, open it." Then, it made that little wet laugh again. I threw the phone onto the bed like it burned. I sat on the edge and I held my head and I tried to remember every moment of the night, every step, every place I might have touched the door without knowing. That is the worst part. There is no missing step I can point to and say, that is where it happened, that is where I made the mistake. It is like the story has a hole in it, and the hole is shaped like my own hand. 2 days later, the manager called me and said, "Maintenance checked, everything is fine. Door is sealed, no signs of tampering." He said it like a verdict. He said, "You're off that site for now." I said, "I'm off all cemetery sites." He sighed. He said, "We'll see." I hung up. That night, around 3-4 a.m., my phone buzzed again. A text from my own number. It said, "You can hear it from the fence." I did not reply. I turned my phone off. I put it in a drawer. I tried to watch TV. I tried to eat. Every sound in my apartment felt too sharp. The refrigerator hum sounded like breathing. The next day, I drove to a grocery store on the other side of town because I needed to be around people. On the way, the road runs along a cemetery fence for about a quarter mile, just chain link and old trees, the kind of cemetery everyone drives past without looking. I have driven past it 100 times. This time, as soon as I saw the headstones through the fence, my hands tightened on the wheel and my mouth went dry. I turned the radio up. I told myself I was being ridiculous. Then I heard it. Under the music, under the engine, faint but there. The pattern. Tap, 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 tap. Pause. Tap, 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 tap. I almost swerved. I slammed the radio louder until the speakers rattled. The pattern did not change. It stayed steady, like it was not coming through the radio, like it was coming from the fence line itself. I pressed the gas and I got past it, and my heart kept pounding even after the cemetery was behind me. I parked at the store and I sat with my forehead against the steering wheel and I whispered, "I am telling you, I am telling you," because I needed someone to hear me even if no one was there. I went inside. The lights were too bright. The aisle smelled like soap and fruit. People walked by like normal. I tried to be normal. I picked up bread. I picked up milk. My phone was still off in the drawer at home, but I kept patting my pocket like it would buzz anyway. When I got back to my car, there was a piece of paper tucked under my wiper. Just a blank receipt. No store name. No date. Blank except for one line printed in clean little letters. I picked up the paper and it felt damp, like it had been breathed on. I threw it away, and then, like an idiot, I dug it back out of the trash because I needed proof. I needed something physical. I took it home and I put it on my kitchen table and I stared at it like it would change if I stared hard enough. That night I got a call from my sister. She said, "Why didn't you answer yesterday?" I said, "Wada mark it a comment please round in you state." My phone was off. She said, "I called you and it went straight to voicemail and then I got a call back from you." I froze. I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "Your number called me." I said, "I did not call." She said, Mason, it was your number, and when I answered, I heard you breathing and I heard knocking like on a door, and then someone said my name. My sister said that sentence and I felt something inside me crack. I said, "What name?" She said her name. She said, and then the call dropped. My sister started to cry. She said, "What is going on with you?" I could not tell her. I could not drag her into it. I said, "It was a scam call. It's fine. It's fine." She said, "It did not sound like a scam." She said, "It sounded like someone in a room." She said, "It sounded like you were hurt." I told her I was fine. I lied. I hung up. Then I sat on my kitchen floor and I shook until my teeth hurt. That is when I realized it was not staying at the mausoleum. It was not staying in the corridor. It had my number. It had my name. It had my sister's name. It knew how to make my voice shape. It knew how to knock in a pattern that sticks in your skull. A week after that, the manager called again and said, "We need you to cover a different site. It's not a cemetery. It's a warehouse by the highway. Simple." I said yes because I needed money and because I needed to prove to myself I could still work nights. The first night at the warehouse, nothing happened. The second night, at 2:39 a.m., I heard knocking on the metal loading door, slow and patient, in that same pattern. Tap, 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 pause, tap, 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 tap. I did not open the door. I did not go near it. I sat in the guard booth and I stared at the door on the camera feed and I watched the handle. It did not move. The knocking kept going for 10 minutes and then stopped like it had gotten what it wanted. Like it had just needed me to hear it. Like it was checking that the line between us still exists. When my shift ended, I drove home the long way to avoid passing the cemetery fence. And I still caught myself scanning the roadside for headstones like they were traps. I do not attend funerals now. I told my family I get sick around them, that I cannot handle it. That is partly true. My stomach flips the moment I smell cut grass mixed with wet earth. I cannot look at flowers stuck into vases on stone, plastic flowers especially. I cannot stand the rattle they make when wind hits them, because it sounds like someone whispering with a dry mouth. If I see a mausoleum in daylight, I still feel that seam in my mind like a line across my skin. Sometimes, when I wash my hands, I look down and I swear I can see dust in the creases that was not there a second ago. Sometimes I wake up and my fingertips are sore, like I have been pressing them hard against something rough. I started sleeping with gloves on like a child, because I do not trust what my hands do when I am not looking. That sounds crazy. I know, but listen. Wait. I forgot to tell you the part that I keep trying to bury. The part that makes it hard to even write this. Because I went back one time. I did. I did not want to. I told myself I would not. But I needed to know if I was imagining it. If the place itself was the source. If it was tied to that door, and only that door. I went on a Sunday afternoon when the sun was harsh and bright, when the cemetery looked like a park, when kids were playing in a yard down the road and the sound carried, when everything should have felt safe. I parked outside the gate because I did not have the fob anymore. I walked in on foot because cemeteries are open in the day. People were there visiting graves. A woman had a little watering can. An older man leaned on a cane. Normal. I walked with my hands in my pockets like I belonged, like I was just paying respects. And the whole time my heart was hammering. I reached the stone corridor area and it looked smaller in daylight, less threatening, just stone and shadow. I walked down the corridor with sunlight at my back. The air still felt cooler inside. The metal doors still looked dull. I reached the end. The big mausoleum door was there. Sealed. Clean. No leaves gathered. No dust pulled. No seam movement. Just stone. I stood there and I waited for my fear to feel stupid. It did not. I stepped closer. I leaned in and I listened. Nothing. No knocks. No breathing. No voice. I told myself, See? It was nothing. On the inside of the stone, behind the seam, visible through a thin line of darkness where the slab meets the frame, I saw something pale. At first, I thought it was a trick of light. Then I realized it was the underside of a handprint, like fingerprints pressed from the other side, like someone inside had put their hand against the crack so close that the skin had pushed into the seam. And the print matched mine. The curve of the thumb, the spacing, the way my ring finger sits slightly crooked because I jammed it years ago. It matched. I stared until my eyes hurt. I stepped back, and the pale shape withdrew like it had been waiting for me to notice. I heard nothing, no voice, but I felt that weight again. The certainty of being observed by nothing visible, and I felt it from the stone itself. Like the door was a face, and it was looking straight at me. I backed away. I turned, and I walked out of the corridor, as calm as I could, because there were people nearby, and I did not want to scream. I got out into sunlight, and my hands were shaking anyway. I walked past the woman with the watering can, and she glanced at me, and smiled like nothing was wrong. I nodded like I was normal. I got to the gate, and I stepped out, and I kept walking until the cemetery was behind me. Then I sat in my car and I cried. Just a little. Just enough to get air back into my lungs. Because that meant it was real. In the only way that matters. It left evidence. It left my own shape where it should not be. That night my phone buzzed even though it was off. It buzzed in the drawer like a trapped insect. And when I turned it on because I could not stop myself, there was a photo in my gallery I did not take. A close-up photo of a stone surface. The seam. My hand against it. My bare hand. Pressed flat. Fingers splayed. Like I was trying to open it. I stared at that photo until my vision tunneled. I checked the details. No timestamp. No location. Just the image. My own hand. The creamer stain on my shirt visible at the edge of the frame like a pale smear shaped like a hand. I deleted the photo. It came back the next day. I deleted it again. It came back again. Like my phone was not mine anymore. Like the thing did not need signal or service. Like it could reach into any device that has my number and whisper. Now I do this thing that makes me feel ashamed. I change routes constantly. If I see a cemetery sign, I turn. If I see headstones, I do not look. I do not drive beside fences. I take the long way, even if it costs gas I do not have. I keep my radio loud near any place where the ground is cut into rows. I avoid churches with graveyards. I avoid small chapels. I avoid stone corridors. I do not walk near mausoleums. If someone invites me to a funeral, if someone talks about visiting a grave, my skin crawls. I do not say why. I just change the subject. I stopped working nights. I tried to keep working days, but the manager kept calling, and I kept saying no to any cemetery job. And eventually, he stopped calling altogether. I lost the paycheck. I lost the stability. I would rather lose money than stand in that corridor again. But it did not leave when I left. That is the part I need you to understand. The infection remains. I still hear the knocking sometimes. Not on walls, not outside, but in the quiet gaps between sounds. Like it lives in the silence now. Tap, 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 tap. Pause. Tap, 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 tap. I still wake up at 3 a.m., sometimes with my heart racing and my hands pressed against my bedroom wall, like I was listening through it. I still find dust on my fingertips when I have not touched anything dusty. I still get calls from my own number that I do not answer. And sometimes, listen, sometimes the voicemail icon shows one new message even when I have not listened to any. And I will be washing dishes or tying my shoes, and I will feel that cold certainty, and I will know without checking that the message will just be my name, and that same sentence, open it, like a command you cannot ignore forever. I keep thinking there will be a day when I slip, a day when I'm tired and I'm broke and I'm angry and I think I can prove it's nothing, and I go stand by some cemetery fence and I put my hand on stone just to show myself I'm still in control. And I'm scared of that day because the voice was right about one thing. It knows my habits. It knows my weakness. It knows how to wait. And it said, "You always forget." And I hate that, because I do forget. I forget the sharpness after a while. I forget the cold, and then I remember again at night when my phone buzzes, and there is no caller ID and my own number fills the screen, and I can almost hear breathing on the other side like someone pressed right up against a crack. And I swear to God I do not know what it wants from me, except my hands and my attention. And I am telling you this because if you ever work near mausoleums, if you ever do night rounds by stone corridors, if you ever see leaves gathered in a way wind cannot explain, if you ever feel air pull toward a seam like a door, taking a breath, do not get close. Do not put your ear to it. Do not answer when it says your name. Do not try to be brave. Just leave. Just go. Because it is not a person trapped inside asking for help, it is something that learned the shape of help so it can use it like a key. And it will call you by your full name like it has always known you. And then it will tell you you already opened it. And the worst part is you will not be able to prove you did not. Because one day you will look down at stone and you will see your own fingerprints where they do not belong. And you will realize the door does not need to open to reach you. It just needs you to believe that your hands can be made to do things you will never remember. My name's Caleb Harlan. I'm from the little stretch outside Morrow Creek, Ohio. And I work as a water line repair tech for the county. Listen, I am sitting here right now at 3 a.m. with my phone screen cracked clean through the corner. And my car is doing that weak clicking thing like it might not start again if I shut it off. And I am parked nose in by the cemetery gate like an idiot because I cannot make myself drive past it again tonight. Not yet, not while my hands are still shaking like this. If somebody sent me this a week ago, I would have laughed and said it is a story. It is somebody trying to scare people on the internet, but I swear to God this is just what happened to me and I do not know where else to put it except right here into this little microphone hole while the night is still stuck in my throat. I have tried. I lay down and as soon as it gets quiet I hear it again. Not in my ears like sound, but inside my head like memory that will not stay memory. Okay, I am going to start at the beginning like you are supposed to, because if I jump ahead I will mess it up and then I will start doubting myself again. And I cannot do that right now. That day was normal. That is what makes me feel sick about it. It was a normal day. I woke up late because I had been on call the night before for a leak on County Road 9 and it went longer than it should have, and my alarm went off and I slapped at it and I remember the screen light hurting my eyes. Breakfast was 2 hard-boiled eggs from the fridge and a slice of toast I burned because I got distracted reading a message about overtime hours. I ate it standing at the counter because my kitchen table has a wobble and I keep meaning to fix it. I poured coffee into the travel mug that smells like old coffee no matter how many times I wash it. I wore the same work shirt I always wear, the county logo stitched on the chest, and it has this dark stain under the pocket that will not come out, like oil or mud or something from a job months back. I have tried scrubbing it with that gritty orange cleaner, still there. That stain matters, because I keep looking at it now like it is proof I was me before this happened, like that shirt belonged to a different guy. I left the house at 6:38 because I looked at the microwave clock and it said 6:38, and I remember thinking I was already behind. The air had that wet, cold bite. Not snow, just damp. The kind that makes your gloves feel useless. I got to the yard, punched in at 7:02, and the whole day was basic stuff. Fixing a meter box, replacing a section of line by a trailer park, crawling under a porch where spiders built thick webs in the corners. The only thing I remember that stands out is I dropped my wrench into a puddle and it made a sharp clank, and everybody looked over like I had done something dramatic. I laughed. I can hear my laugh in my head now, and it makes me mad. Later, around late afternoon, my supervisor told me I could cut out early if I wanted because we were ahead and the weekend schedule was heavy. I took it because I had promised my girlfriend we would go get groceries and then maybe watch a movie at her place. Nothing big, just normal life. Her name is Marin. And I am saying that because she was there, and she remembers some of it, and some of it she does not. And that is part of why I am losing my mind. I picked her up after her shift at the hardware store, and she was tired, and she had that little crease between her eyebrows that she gets when customers have been rude all day. We went to the grocery store. We bought chicken and rice and those frozen dumplings she likes, and a bag of apples because she says she is trying to be healthier. We were in line behind this older guy who kept tapping his fingers on the cart handle like he was playing a song. I noticed it because I get annoyed by repetitive sounds. And now I wish I had been annoyed by more things earlier, because maybe I would have noticed something before it started. We left the store around 9-something because we stood outside talking to someone she knows, and then we drove back toward her place. And I remember the sky was clear, the kind of cold night where the stars are sharp, and the roads were mostly empty, and the heater in my car works weird. It blows too hot and then too cold, and I kept adjusting it like a nervous habit. Here is where the cemetery comes in, and you have to understand the layout or it will not make sense. There is a cemetery outside town. Not the big maintained one, not the veterans one with the flags, but this older one that sits behind a line of trees and has a chain link fence along the road. People call it Old Gate Cemetery because the original gate is still there. 2 iron panels with spear points, and the county put a new vehicle gate next to it years ago, but that old one stays locked, and it looks like it belongs to a different century. The road that runs past it is basically a straight shot, but there is also this narrow paved path, like a service road, that cuts behind the cemetery and comes out near Marin's neighborhood. Technically, it is county property because it used to be an access road for maintenance trucks. Everybody knows it as the shortcut. It saves like 6 minutes. In daylight, it is nothing. In daylight, it is just a skinny lane with weeds on both sides and a fence to one side and a tree line to the other. At night, it is darker because the street lights do not reach it. I know. People are going to say, why would you cut by a cemetery at night? But listen, it is not like driving into it. It is just a road that runs along the fence. You are not inside. You are just going past. I never felt anything about it. Sometimes you see deer. Sometimes you see kids messing around by the fence. Sometimes you see plastic flowers stuck in the chain links like people are trying to decorate the fence itself. That night we took it because Marin said she was hungry and she wanted to get home faster, and I said sure. So tiny I almost missed it. I remember thinking it was my car. We were about halfway down the path, the fence on our right, and the cemetery inside it. Headstones not visible, but you can feel it. You can feel that there is space there that is not for the living. You know what I mean. And the trees inside make a darker mass against the sky. The first wrong thing was a sound that did not fit. A bell. A faint bell, like a small metal bell tapped once. Not a church bell. Not a big bell. Just a little ring. It came from the right side, from inside the cemetery. And it was so soft that for a second I thought I imagined it, or it was something in my dashboard, like the seatbelt alert or a phone notification. But my phone was in the console, and it was silent. Marin looked up from her lap because she had been scrolling, and she said, I swear to God my skin went tight when she said it, because it meant it was not just in my head. We both heard it. I slowed down. Not because I was scared, but because you do that when you are trying to locate a sound, and she leaned toward the window like that would help. I said, maybe it is someone at the gate, like kids messing around. And she said, at this hour. And I said, people do dumb stuff. Then it rang again. And this time, it did not sound like it was at the gate. It sounded lower. I do not know how to explain that without sounding stupid. It sounded like it was coming from the ground, like the sound had dirt on it. Marin made a face and said, okay, that is weird. And I laughed a little to keep it normal. And I said, yeah, maybe it is one of those wind chimes people hang. She said, who hangs wind chimes in a cemetery? And I said, people who want their dead to hear something pretty. And she said, you are making that up. I was making it up because I did not want to admit it made me uneasy. The road kept going, and the fence kept running beside us, and the trees inside the cemetery shifted with our headlights, branches making moving shadows across the mesh, and that is when I saw the first detail that made my stomach drop. A section of fence was bowed inward like something had leaned against it hard from the cemetery side. I had driven this road enough times that I knew that fence. There are spots where it is rusty, spots where the bottom is bent where deer try to push through. But this was different. This was fresh, the metal brighter where it had been stressed, and the weeds at the base were flattened. I remember thinking, somebody got in there, or something hit it. I said, looks like someone wrecked the fence. And Maren said, maybe a car. And I said, a car cannot get inside. The road is outside. And she shrugged like she did not want to talk about it. The bell rang again. One tap, then another, then a pause, then another. Not random. It was like a pattern, like somebody was trying to get attention without making a big noise. I know this is going to sound like I am reaching, but it felt like listening to someone knock on a door from the other side. I turned the radio on because I do that when I do not like a silence, and the radio came on as static, even though it was set to a station that usually comes in fine right there. I fiddled with it, and as I did, the bell stopped. I remember saying, see, it was probably the radio doing something weird. And Maren said, no, it was not. And I said, okay, and I kept driving. Here is the part where I backtrack because I forgot something. And it matters. Before we turned onto that path, we had driven past the main entrance, the old iron gate. There's a little sign there, weathered, with the cemetery name and the hours. And underneath it, there's a newer sign that says no trespassing after dusk. And I remember glancing at it as we passed and thinking, yeah, like anyone listens to that. That sign was different that night. The cemetery name at the top, the part that is usually hard to read because the paint is faded, looked fresh, like someone had repainted it. I remember because I said, looks like they finally fixed that sign. And Maren said, fixed what sign? And I said, the cemetery sign. And she said, I did not see it. That is not proof of anything. She could have just not been looking. But now when I drive by in daylight, the sign is the same old faded sign it has always been. No fresh paint. No new letters. Nothing. I am telling you that because that was the first wrong detail before we even heard the bell. And I did not treat it like anything. I treated it like maintenance. Like normal. Okay. Back to the path. We got near the part where the fence line curves a little, and there is a break in the trees inside where you can see deeper into the cemetery if your headlights hit the right angle. I glanced over and I saw something reflective, like a piece of metal catching light. It was low to the ground. For a second, I thought it was a soda can. Then it moved. Not fast. It shifted like it was being pulled. I slammed my brakes enough that Maren jerked forward and said, what? And I said, I saw something. And she said, inside the cemetery. And I said, yeah. And she said, like a person. And I said, I do not know. We sat there with my headlights shining through the fence, and everything looked normal again. Just headstones in the distance, dark shapes, and a couple of small trees, and the ground, and that weird quiet you get when you stop a car on a lonely road, where even the engine seems too loud. Then the bell rang again, closer, and I swear to God it sounded like it came from right next to the fence, like 10 feet from my passenger door, but still from inside. Maren grabbed my arm, not hard, but enough that her nails pressed through my sleeve. She whispered, do not get out, like she thought I was going to. And I said, I am not getting out. I am not getting out. I started to roll forward again, slow, because I wanted to get past it, and then the bell rang in a different way. Not a single ring. A dragging ring, like metal being scraped. I know bells can sound like that if you drag them or if you swing them wrong. This sounded like something was being pulled along something else. Marin said, "Caleb, just go." And I said, "I am going. I am going." And I pressed the gas a little harder. The fence line passed by faster. The cemetery stayed to our right. The bell kept going. Ring. Scrape. Ring. Scrape. And then it stopped so abruptly that the silence felt like pressure. I kept driving. We were almost to the end of the path, where it comes out by a little intersection. And I felt my shoulders dropping, like my body was releasing the tension. Then the car dipped, like we hit a pothole. There is a pothole there sometimes, but I know where it is, and this was not that. This was a dip, like the ground beneath the road had softened. My tires rolled into it and out of it, and the whole car rocked. Marin said, "What was that?" And I said, "I do not know. Washout maybe." And she said, "On paved road," and I did not answer. I looked in my rearview mirror, and that is when I saw the light. Not my taillights reflecting. A light inside the cemetery, moving between the trees, low and steady, like someone carrying a flashlight at waist level. But it did not bob the way a flashlight does when someone walks. It slid. It slid behind headstones and then reappeared. Same height, same speed. Marin twisted around in her seat and looked, and she said, "Someone is in there." And I said, "Yeah, some idiot." And she said, "Why are they in a cemetery?" And I said, "I do not know." The light kept moving parallel to us. It was tracking the road, like it was matching our pace even as we sped up. We hit the main road and turned left toward her neighborhood. And as soon as we turned, the light in the cemetery went out like a switch. I tried to laugh again, and I said, "Probably kids with a flashlight." And she said, "That was not kids." And I said, "What do you mean?" And she said, "It moved wrong." I said, "Lights can look weird through fences." She said, "No, it moved wrong." We drove the rest of the way in stiff quiet. She kept looking out the windows like she expected something to be in the trees. When we got to her place, she sat in the driveway for a second and said, "Can you stay tonight?" And I said, "Yeah." And I tried to act like it was normal, like couples stay over all the time. But her voice was thin, and that scared me more than the bell did. We went inside. We cooked those frozen dumplings. We watched half a movie, but neither of us followed it. I kept thinking about the bell. I kept thinking about how it sounded like it was under the ground. Marin went to bed early. I stayed up on the couch, scrolling on my phone, trying to distract myself. That is when I looked it up. Because I do stupid things when I am anxious. I chase an explanation like it will fix the feeling. I typed in cemetery bell underground, and it brought up all kinds of junk. And then I saw a thing about old coffins that had bells, like a safety measure in case someone was buried by mistake. I had heard of that before, but in a vague way, like a weird history fact. I read about how there were little tubes and ropes and bells on the surface. It said some people still talk about hearing bells in old graveyards, and it being a legend. I remember feeling my stomach twist, because the cemetery by the path is old. It has stones from the 1800s. It has areas where the ground sinks in places because the graves settled. I tried to tell myself it was wind, but the night was calm. No wind. The trees barely moved, and the pattern was too deliberate. Ring, ring. Pause. Ring. Like knocking. I went to bed eventually, but I did not sleep deep. I woke up twice thinking I heard something, but it was just the fridge humming. The next morning, Marin acted like it was behind her, like she wanted to pretend it did not happen. She made coffee. She put music on. She joked about how we are officially never taking shortcuts again. I laughed with her because I wanted that too. I went home and I showered and I went to work like normal. That day, in the break room, I told one of the older guys, a guy who has worked the county longer than I have been alive, about the bell, like as a weird story. He stared at me for a second and then he said, "You were by Oldgate Cemetery last night." And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "On the back path." And I said, "Yeah." And he looked down at his coffee and said, "Do not go there at night." That was it. And mine now, no joking. I laughed because that is what you do when someone says something too serious. And I said, "Come on. It was probably kids." And he said, "You hear a bell. You keep driving. You do not stop." I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because if you stop, you give it time." I said, "Give what time?" And he just shook his head. Then he said something that has been stuck in my head since. And he said, "There is no bell in that ground." And I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "There is no bell. Not now, not ever, not the kind you are thinking." I said, and he looked up quick like I had said a forbidden word. And he said, "People like to talk." And I said, "But you just said there is no bell." And he said, "Exactly." He would not say more. He got up and left his coffee half full. That bothered me all day. It bothered me because it made it sound like something known, like an old rule, like do not mess with that place. That night, I did not take the shortcut. I went the long way home, and I told myself it was fine. The next day, something happened that pushed it from weird into wrong. I got called out in the late afternoon for a busted water line by the funeral home that sits across from the cemetery entrance. There is a funeral home there. Old building, brick, with a side lot where they park the vans. The line that runs under the sidewalk there is old, and it breaks in winter. I pulled up in the county truck around 4:20. Daylight still out, but already leaning toward dark. And I saw a man standing by the cemetery gate, not inside, on the outside by the sign. He was older, maybe in his 60s, wearing a jacket too thin for the weather, and he had his hands on the iron bars like he was talking to them. I thought he was just someone visiting, so I did not pay attention. I went to the utility box, started checking the valve, doing my job. I heard him speak. Not loud, just enough that I could catch words. He said, I told you, you are late." I looked over because that did not sound like someone talking to the dead in a sentimental way. It sounded like someone scolding. Then he said, "You ring that bell, and you ring it, and you ring it, and you think somebody is coming, but nobody is coming." I froze with my hand on the valve. My brain did that thing where it tries to pretend you did not hear what you heard. I walked over a few steps, keeping it casual, and I said, "Sir, are you okay?" And he turned and looked at me, and his eyes were watery, like he had been crying or like cold wind had made them run. He looked past me, like he did not see me at first. Then he focused and said, "Does it ring for you too?" And I said, "What rings?" And he said, "The bell." I swear to God, my stomach dropped so hard it felt like I missed a step on stairs. I said, "I do not know what you mean." And he nodded like he expected that answer. Like everybody says that. He leaned closer to me and he said, "It is under there." And he pointed into the cemetery, not at a particular grave, but at a section under a big tree inside, a tree I have driven past 100 times. He said, "It is under there and it thinks we can hear it." And I said, "Sir, I think you should go inside the funeral home. It is cold. Inside is worse." Then he said, "You ever hear a bell and then the scraping?" And he made a motion with his fingers like dragging nails across metal, and I stepped back without meaning to. He watched my face and his expression changed, like he saw something there. He said, "Oh, you did. You did hear it." Then he straightened up and he said, "Do not stop on that road. Do not ever stop. Because it knows the difference between passing and listening." I said, "Who are you?" And he said, "It does not matter." And he walked away toward the funeral home lot, slow, like he was tired down to his bones. I stood there, staring at the cemetery, and the daylight made it look normal. Just stones and grass and that big tree, but my body reacted like I was looking at a threat. I went back to my job, and I worked fast, and I kept my eyes down, and every time I heard a metal sound, like my wrench hitting the truck bed, my heart jumped. After I finished, I went into the funeral home to ask if they knew that man, because I felt responsible in a way, like if he was confused or sick. Someone should help him. The woman at the desk, the receptionist, looked at me like I was wasting her time. I described him. She said, "Nobody like that is here." I said, "He was just outside at the gate." She said, "No, he was not." I said, "I saw him." She said, "Are you here about the line?" And I said, "Yes, but also there was a man." And she said, "We do not allow people to loiter near the gate." I said, "He was holding the bars." She said, I said, "Can you check?" And she gave me a look that was half irritation, half something else. And she said, "Our security system is managed by the night staff." And I said, "Can I talk to them?" And she said, "Not right now." Then she did something that made my skin crawl. And I knew in my gut she was dismissing me, like she wanted me to doubt what I saw. Just the gate and the sign and the still grass. I drove away. That night I told Marin about the man, and she listened, and her face went pale, and she said, "Why is everybody saying the same thing?" And I said, "I do not know." And she said, "Maybe we should just forget it." And I said, "Yeah," and I meant it, but I could not. Because then it started following us in small ways. Not like a thing in the woods, not like footsteps behind you, but like the idea of it getting into the cracks of our day. The next time we drove near that cemetery, on the main road, not the shortcut, we both went quiet without meaning to. The radio cut out for a second right at the spot where the fence begins. A single ring, very faint, came through the speakers like static shaped into sound. Marin snapped her head toward me and said, "Did you hear that?" And I said, "It is the radio." And she said, "It sounded like a bell." And I said, "It is the radio." And my voice was too loud. We stopped going near it. We changed routes. We joked about it like it was a superstition. But it did not stay in that one place. That is the part I am struggling to say out loud. It did not stay in that cemetery. It started showing up in places it should not. I was at the county yard one morning, loading equipment, and I heard a bell ring somewhere behind the building, a small, clean ring. I turned, expecting to see a forklift backing up or someone with a cart. Nothing. Then a scraping sound, like metal dragged across metal. I spun around, and one of the guys was sliding a piece of pipe across the concrete, and I told myself that was it. That was the scraping, and the bell was just my brain. But my hands shook so hard I dropped a roll of tape. Later that day, I was under a sink, fixing a shutoff in an old house, and I heard the bell again, muffled, like it was in the walls. I crawled out, and the homeowner, an older woman, said, "You okay? You look pale." And I said, "Yeah, just tired." And she said, "You hear that too?" And I froze, and she pointed at the kitchen timer on the counter, and it was ringing because she had burned something in the oven. But then the bell came again one night in the exact pattern from the cemetery, and that is when the third act started, the part that rewired me. It happened 3 nights after the first night. Marin and I had argued that day about something stupid, about me being distracted, about me not listening. And she was right. I was not present. I was half inside my head. And she said, "You are acting like you are haunted." And I snapped back. And then I apologized because she was scared too, and I was being selfish. We made up. We decided to go for a drive and get milkshakes at this place that stays open late, like a reset. We got the milkshakes. We sat in the car in the parking lot and talked about normal things. About Christmas, about her sister visiting, about my overtime. We laughed. It felt like we were pulling back into our lives. On the drive back, without planning it, I took the shortcut entrance. I do not know why. I wish I could say I took it to prove something, but that would make me sound brave. I think I took it because my brain was tired and it went into autopilot. Marin noticed as soon as we turned onto the path. She said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "What?" And she said, "You are going by the cemetery." And I said, it is fine, we are together." And she said, "No, turn around." And I said, "Marin, it is a road, it is fine." And she said, "Do not do this." And I said, "It is fine." And I kept going because I did not want to admit I was scared of a road. The night was different from the first night. The air felt heavier. There was fog low to the ground, not thick, but enough that my headlights made a pale tunnel. The fence on the right looked wet, like it had sweat on it. The cemetery beyond was darker than the sky, like a hole. We were quiet. The milkshake cups sat in the cup holders and smelled sweet. I remember that. The smell of vanilla and cold air. Halfway down the path, the bell rang. One ring. Sharp, clear, close. Marin made a small sound, like she swallowed wrong. I said, okay, that is weird." And I tried to keep my voice steady. The bell rang again. Same distance, same tone. Then a pause. Then again. Not random. The pattern. My hands tightened on the wheel. Marin said, "Do not stop." And I said, "I am not stopping." And then I did something I regret. I slowed down, because I wanted to see if I could locate it. I was thinking like a worker, like a guy who solves problems. Like maybe there is literally something mechanical there, like a loose chain, like a wind chime someone hung on the fence, like a prank. I slowed down and I leaned forward, scanning the fence line with my eyes. The bell stopped. The silence pressed in. The fog swirled low. The cemetery was just shapes. Then I saw it again, the reflective metal low to the ground. And this time, it was closer to the fence, like it had been brought there. It looked like a small bell, not hanging, lying on the ground inside the cemetery, just beyond the fence, like someone had placed it there. I said, "Do you see that?" And Marin whispered, "Do not." And I said, "It is right there." And she said, "Do not get out." And I said, "I am not getting out." But my body leaned toward the door anyway, like it had its own agenda. The bell rang without moving. I swear to God, it rang without moving. It lay there in the grass, and it rang like it was being struck by something invisible. Marin grabbed my sleeve and said, I put the car in drive. I started rolling forward again. The bell rang 3 times quickly, like it was angry that I was leaving. Then, the scraping started. Not from the bell itself, but from deeper inside the cemetery, like metal dragged under the ground. That is the only way I can say it. It sounded like somebody dragging a shovel across a concrete floor, but muffled, like it was under a layer. The sound moved. It moved parallel to the road, keeping pace with the car, and the bell kept ringing in little bursts, like signals. Marin started crying quietly, not sobbing, just tears falling, and she kept saying, "Please go, please go, please go," and I pressed the gas. The car sped up. The end of the path felt far, farther than it should have, like the road stretched. I know that sounds like an exaggeration, but it did. The trees on the left side kept repeating, same shapes, like we were not moving. My headlights hit the same bent signpost twice. I remember because it has a strip of reflective tape that flashes bright. And it flashed. And then it flashed again like we had looped. I said, "That is not possible." And Marin said, "Keep going." And I said, "I am going." And then the car clock changed. I glanced down because I do that. When I'm anxious, I look for numbers, and the clock had been 11:47 when we turned onto the path. I know because I looked at it when Marin said turn around, and I said it is not even midnight. The clock now read 11:12. I blinked hard. I looked again. 11:12. I said, "The clock is wrong." And Marin said, "Do not look at it." And I said, "It was 11:47. And she said, "I do not care. Do not look at it." The bell rang again, and this time it sounded like it was right next to my ear. Not in the cemetery, but inside the car. I flinched so hard I swerved a little. I said, "It is in the car." And she said, "No, no, no." And then the scraping sound became words. That is the part that makes me feel like I am about to throw up. The scraping sound shifted into a rhythm that sounded like someone trying to speak through a metal throat. I could not make it out at first. It was like hearing someone talk through a wall. Then it formed into something that matched the bell pattern. Ring, scrape, ring, scrape. And in the scrape I heard a phrase. Not a clear voice, but the shape of a phrase. It sounded like, "Listen, listen, listen." I swear to God. I said, "Did you hear that?" And Marin said, "I hear it. I hear it." And she was crying harder now. The fog thickened. The fence on the right disappeared in it except when the headlights caught the wet wire. Then, out of the fog, a handprint appeared on the outside of my passenger window. Not inside. Outside. A wet handprint, like someone had slapped the glass with a wet palm. It was big. Bigger than Marin's hand. Marin saw it and made a sound like she choked. I looked and my whole body went cold. The print slid. It slid backward along the glass as if the hand was moving with the car, keeping pressure, trailing. Then it lifted, and in the fog outside the window, right beyond the glass, a shape moved with us, close enough that if the window had been down it could have touched us. But it was not a person running. It did not bounce. It did not have legs pumping. It was like a standing shape gliding in the fog right beside the car, matching speed. I could not see details. I could see the idea of shoulders, the idea of a head. No face, just a darker density in the fog. Marin screamed then. A real scream. And she curled into the seat, and I pressed the gas until the engine whined. The car surged. The shape surged with it. The bell rang inside the car again, and the scraping became louder, like something was dragging metal right under my feet. Then the road dipped again, hard, like the whole pavement sank, and the car lurched. And for a split second, the headlights pointed up into the trees, and I saw the inside of the cemetery clearly through the fence. I saw headstones. I saw the big tree. I saw a section of ground under that tree that was not flat, that was moving, not like something coming out, not like dirt exploding, but like the earth itself was shifting in a slow, pulsing way, like a chest breathing under a blanket. And above it, hanging in the air at waist height, was the bell. Not on a string, not in a hand, hanging like it forgot gravity. It swung gently and rang without being touched. That image hit me like a physical blow. I gasped. I felt my eyes water. Marin did not see it because she was curled up. I wanted to shout at her to look, but I could not make sound. Then the shape beside the car pressed against the passenger side, and the whole car shuddered like it had been bumped by another vehicle. I yanked the wheel left instinctively to get away from it, and my tires hit the edge of the pavement where the gravel begins, and the car fishtailed. For a second I thought we were going to spin out and slam into the fence. And the thought of the fence breaking and us going into the cemetery made my vision go white with panic. I fought the wheel. The car corrected. We stayed on the road. The end of the path finally appeared like a miracle. The opening where it meets the main road. and the streetlight beyond it cast a normal yellow circle. The bell rang one last time, and this time it sounded angry, like a harsh strike, and the scraping sound turned into a muffled scream. Not a human scream like a person standing next to you screaming, but a scream like a sound forced through dirt and wood and metal, a trapped sound. It made my teeth hurt. Marin sobbed. I hit the main road and turned without stopping, and as soon as we were under the streetlight, everything stopped. No bell, no scraping, no fog beside the car. The handprint on the window was gone like it had never been there. Marin kept crying. I kept driving. I did not speak for a full mile because my throat had closed. When I finally did speak, my voice sounded wrong to me, like it belonged to someone else. I said, "Did you see it?" And Marin said, "I do not want to talk about it." And I said, "I saw the bell." And she said, "Stop." And I said, "It was floating." And she shouted, "Stop, stop, stop." And she covered her ears like if she could not hear the words, it would not be real. I drove her home. She would not let me come inside. She sat in the driveway trembling and she said, "I need to be alone." And I said, "Marin, please." And she said, "I cannot." And she went inside and locked the door. I sat in my car outside her house for 10 minutes, staring at my hands on the steering wheel, and then I drove home the long way, avoiding the cemetery, but every time I passed any dark patch of trees, my body flinched like something would be there. I got home and I did not go inside at first. I sat in the driveway and listened to the silence. Then, from inside my car, from nowhere, I heard one faint bell ring, like a reminder. I slammed my hands over my ears. I swear to God it still rang inside my head. I ran inside the house like a scared kid, and I locked the door, and I turned on every light, and I sat on the couch with the TV blasting, and I still felt like something was right outside my vision, like if I looked away it would move closer. I did not sleep. At dawn I drove back toward the cemetery, not to go in, but to prove the road was normal in daylight, to prove the night had been a trick of fear. I drove the main road, and I slowed near the entrance. The sign looked faded like always. The gate looked normal. The trees looked like trees. I felt my body ease. Then I saw the path entrance, the shortcut entrance. And something in me said, "Do not." I almost kept driving, but I turned in anyway, because stubbornness is a disease. I drove onto the path in broad morning light. No fog. Birds in the trees. The fence clearly visible. The cemetery beyond looked like a place where people are buried. Sad but normal. Halfway down, I stopped at the spot where I had seen the bell on the ground the night before, because I wanted to see if anything was there. The grass inside was wet with dew. There was nothing on the ground. No bell. No metal. No sign of anyone. I walked along the fence to the point where my headlights had hit the opening between trees, and I looked toward the big tree inside. The ground under it looked flat. No pulsing. No movement. Just earth and grass and a few sunken spots like old graves. I stood there in daylight and felt stupid. I almost laughed. Then I noticed something on the fence right in front of me. A small smear of wetness on the wire at about waist height, and below it, a faint outline like a handprint on the fence itself. The metal darker where it had been touched. I stared at it. My skin prickled. I looked down at the ground on my side of the fence. There were drag marks in the gravel, like something had been pulled along the edge of the pavement, parallel to the fence, for a distance. Not tire marks, not footprints, a smooth, dragged line. I bent down and touched it with my fingers. The gravel was disturbed like something heavy had scraped it. I stood up and backed away from the fence. That is when my phone buzzed with a missed call notification. No number, just unknown. I stared at it. My heart hammered. I hit call back without thinking, because again, I do stupid things when I am scared and I want answers. It rang once. Then, through the phone speaker, I heard the bell, clear as day, right in my ear. One ring, and then scraping, and then a muffled voice sound that shaped itself into a word. My name. Caleb. I threw the phone like it burned me. It hit the ground and cracked more. I ran to my car, got in, and drove away too fast. Gravel spraying. I did not go to work. I called in sick. I sat at home with the curtains closed. I kept checking my phone, even though I had turned it off. I could not stop thinking about the voice saying my name, and I kept thinking, how did it know? How does a bell know a name? And I know how insane that sounds. But that is where I was. Later that afternoon, Marin texted me and said, I do not remember everything from last night. I remember the bell. I remember the fog. I remember the window. But I do not remember getting home. I do not remember locking the door. I remember being in the car, and then I remember standing in my kitchen with my shoes on and the lights off, and I do not know how long I was there. I stared at that message until my eyes blurred. I called her. She answered, and she sounded tired and flat. I said, do you remember the bell floating? And she said, stop. I do not want to picture it. And I said, I saw it. And she said, I do not know what you saw. Caleb, I just know I cannot go near that place again. I said, do you remember the scream? And she went silent. And then she whispered, I heard something like someone trapped. And I said, me too. And she said, do not say that. Do not say trapped. And her voice cracked, and she hung up. That night, around 10, I got a message from the older county guy, the one who told me not to go there. It was just a sentence. He said, you stopped. Did you stop? I stared at it. My hands shook. I did not get out. He did not answer for a long time. Then he said, does it ring closer now? I typed, yes. He said, it likes listeners. That was it. No explanation, no help. Just that. I sat on my couch and felt like my life had been pushed onto a track I did not choose. I wanted to go to the police. I wanted to go to someone official. But what would I say? A bell rang in a cemetery, and then my car clock went backward and a fog shape followed us. They would look at me like I was sick. They would ask if I had been drinking. They would ask if I do drugs. I do not. I would fail their normal tests, and then I would be alone with it anyway. So I tried something else. I drove to the funeral home again, because they said they had cameras, and I asked to speak to the night staff. And the receptionist recognized me, and her smile was tight, like she had already decided what I was. I said, I need to see the security footage from the road by the fence on Tuesday night, around midnight. And she said, we do not provide footage to the public. And I said, I work for the county. And she said, something happened. And she said, sir, if there was an incident, you should contact law enforcement. And I said, it is not like that. And she said, then there is nothing we can do. I leaned in and I said, do your cameras pick up sound? And her eyes flickered, just for a second. And she said, why would they? And I said, just answer. And she said, no. And I said, you are lying. And her face hardened. And she said, you need to leave. I left. But not before I noticed something taped to the side of her monitor. A small sticky note with a list of things written in neat handwriting. Times, dates, and one word repeated. Bell, bell, bell. I could see it clearly. I could see it because I have worked around offices. I know what a sticky note looks like. She saw me look and she shifted her body to block it. That is when I knew it was not just me. Somebody there knew. Somebody there had written it down like a recurring problem. I walked out feeling like my skin did not fit right. That night, the bell came again. I was brushing my teeth before bed, trying to be normal, and I heard one ring from the hallway. I froze with toothpaste in my mouth. I listened. Nothing. I spit and stepped into the hallway, and the house was quiet, and all the lights were off except the bathroom, and the darkness in the living room looked thicker than normal, like it had weight. I turned on the living room light. Nothing there. I told myself it was plumbing, pipes clinking, but pipes do not ring like a bell. I lay there and stared at the ceiling. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of scraping. Not loud, just a soft, slow scrape, like metal against stone. It came from outside my bedroom window. My bedroom window faces the side yard where there is nothing but grass and a fence and my neighbor's shed. I held my breath. The scrape continued. Slow, deliberate. Then a bell rang once. Faint, like it was far away. I sat up. My heart pounded so hard I could hear my pulse in my ears. I got out of bed and went to the window and pulled the curtain back a crack. The yard was empty. The moonlight made the grass look pale. The shed sat there like a lump. No one. Then I saw the shadow. Not a moving shadow, just a shadow that did not match the objects. It lay across the grass in a direction that did not line up with the moon. It was like something tall was standing just out of sight casting it, but there was nothing there to cast it. I stared at it until my eyes watered. The shadow shifted slightly, like it was breathing. I backed away from the window. The bell rang again, closer. The scraping came again, and this time I heard a faint knocking in it, like metal, tapping metal. I covered my mouth with my hand to stop myself from making noise. I went into the living room and turned on every light. That is when I decided I had to go back to the cemetery. Not because I wanted to, but because I needed to understand what I had done by stopping, by listening. I needed to know if there was something physical, something explainable. Because if there was not, then my life was going to become a series of nights like that. And I could not handle it. I know this sounds like a dumb plan. It was, but fear makes you chase the source like if you find it you can shut it off. The next night, I went alone. I did not tell Marin. She would have begged me not to. I went at midnight because I wanted to replicate it, because I was thinking like a technician again, like conditions matter. I drove the long way around and parked on the main road near the cemetery entrance, not at the gate, but down a bit where there is a pull-off by some trees. I sat with the engine off. The night was quiet. The cemetery gate was visible down the road, a dark shape. I told myself I would not go in. I told myself I would just sit and listen. 10 minutes passed. Nothing. I started to feel stupid again, like a man sitting in the dark trying to scare himself. Then, from inside the cemetery, I heard a bell ring. One ring, clear, distant. My body went rigid. I waited. Another ring. Same distance. Then a pause. Then a ring. I stared at the gate. I expected to see a light moving. Nothing. The bell kept ringing in that pattern, like it was calling. I could have driven away then. That would have been the smart thing, but something in me, something like stubborn curiosity, mixed with panic, pushed me to move. I started the car and drove slowly toward the entrance. I parked right by the gate, the new gate, not the old iron one, and I sat there gripping the wheel. I looked at the fence line to the side, the start of the shortcut path. It was black beyond the reach of the streetlight. I could feel the darkness there like a cold breath. Then the bell rang again. Not from inside the cemetery, but from the shortcut path, farther down, like it was waiting there. A chill ran up my spine. I whispered, "No," without meaning to. Then the bell rang again, closer, like it answered my no. I swear to God I felt watched, not by eyes, but by attention. I started the car and turned onto the shortcut path. I told myself I would drive through without stopping. I told myself I would keep going no matter what. The road swallowed my headlights. The fence appeared on my right as a faint line. The cemetery beyond was darker. The bell rang once, ahead of me. Then, again, farther, like it was leading me. I kept driving. My hands were sweating. My mouth was dry. I kept swallowing. The bell pattern changed slightly, like it was adjusting to my speed. Ring. Pause. Ring. Shorter pause. Ring. Then I saw it. The wet handprint on the fence at waist height. Right where I had seen the smear in daylight. Except now it was fresh, glistening. I did not stop. I drove past. The bell rang behind me, like it was disappointed. Then the scraping started, and it was under the road, directly under the car, like something dragging along the underside. The car vibrated slightly. The steering wheel trembled. I said out loud, "I am just driving. I am just driving." Like talking would make it less real. The scraping moved, keeping pace. Then the car clock flickered. I glanced down despite myself. It read 12 too. I looked back up fast because Marin had told me not to look, and I felt like looking gave it power. The bell rang inside the car, one ring. It came from nowhere, like the sound was injected into the air. I jerked. My foot hit the gas harder. The car sped up. The end of the path felt farther again. I mean a Timon. The trees repeated. The same reflective tape flashed twice. I whispered, "No, no, no." The scraping became louder. Then I heard a voice. Not my name this time, but a phrase, shaped out of the scrape and the bell ring. It sounded like, "Open it. I swear, open it." The bell rang. The scraping said, "Open it." I felt my eyes fill with tears. Not from sadness, from that animal panic that comes when something speaks to you from a place it should not. It is hard to explain, but the pattern of the chain links looked wrong. Like the diamonds were stretched, like the fence was older, more rusted, like time had shifted. I blinked hard. The fence looked normal again. Then the cemetery beyond it shifted. For a moment, in my headlights, I saw headstones that were not there. Taller stones, older shapes, like the cemetery had expanded. Then it snapped back. I gripped the wheel so hard my knuckles hurt. I kept driving. The bell rang again. And then, in the fog that had started to rise low, I saw the shape beside the car again. Closer than before. It did not run. It glided. It was a dark standing density in the fog, matching speed. I could not see a face. I could not see hands. But I felt it there, like pressure against my skin. The bell rang, and the shape leaned toward my passenger window. And the window fogged from the outside, like cold breath on glass. Except the outside air was cold already. A patch of fog formed on the window in the shape of a mouth, and then it cleared, and then it formed again, like something was breathing right there. I made a sound that was not a word, just a choked noise. I kept driving. I said, "I am not stopping. I am not stopping." The end of the path finally appeared, the streetlight circle, and I aimed for it like a lifeline. As I got close, the bell rang fast, like frantic, and the scraping became a frantic dragging. And then I heard that muffled scream again, the trapped sound, and it hit me with a wave of nausea so strong I almost gagged. I burst out onto the main road and kept going. In the rearview mirror, the fog on the path looked thicker, like a wall. For a second, in the fog, I saw the bell hanging at the height of a person's chest, swinging gently, ringing without being touched. Then it vanished. I drove home shaking. I did not stop until I was in my driveway with my porch light on. I sat there, breathing like I had run a mile. I went inside and locked the door, and I sat on the floor with my back against it like that would help. Then my phone buzzed. A voicemail notification. I stared at it. unknown number. My hands shook as I pressed play. The voicemail was not a voice message like a person calling. It was just the bell. Ring. Pause. Ring. Then scraping. Then, very faint, like it was coming from deep under something. The sound of someone sobbing. Not words. Just that broken, trapped sob. Then the bell rang once more, and the message ended. I dropped the phone. I sat there shaking so hard my teeth clicked. I do not know how long I sat there. When I finally moved, it was because I realized something worse than the bell itself. Someone had recorded that sound and sent it to my phone. That means there is a source. That means it can reach out. That means it is not just a sound in a place. It is a message. The next day, I went to Marin's house, and I told her I went back. She stared at me like I had betrayed her. She said, "Why would you do that?" And I said, "I needed to know." And she said, "Know what?" And I could not answer, because what I knew did not fit into words. I played her the voicemail. She listened for 2 seconds, and then she slapped the phone out of my hand and started crying. She said, "Delete it." And I said, "I cannot." And she said, "Delete it." And I said, "I saved it." And she screamed at me. Not with anger, with panic. And she said, "You brought it here." And she ran to the bathroom and threw up. I stood in her kitchen holding my phone and feeling like the worst person alive. After that, she stopped answering my calls. She texted once and said, "I need space. I cannot sleep. I keep hearing it when everything is quiet." I have not seen her since. I do not blame her. I feel like I contaminated her life by being stubborn. Now, every time I am near a cemetery, any cemetery, even the small one by the church on the other side of town, my skin tightens. I turn the radio up. I refuse to look at the stones. I take different routes. If someone says the word grave, I feel my throat close. I do not go to funerals. I told my mom I was sick when my distant uncle died because I could not stand the idea of standing near a hole in the ground while people talk softly. I cannot stand the idea of dirt on wood. I cannot stand the idea of anything under there listening. I changed my commute to avoid passing Old Gate Cemetery entirely. I drive 10 minutes out of the way every day. My supervisor asked why my mileage is higher, and I lied and said construction. At night, I keep lights on. I sleep with the TV on low because the silence feels dangerous. But it still finds gaps. Sometimes in the hum between channels, I hear a faint ring, like a bell trying to mimic static. Sometimes my car clock glitches when I pass the turnoff even on the main road, flickers backward a few minutes and then corrects. Sometimes my phone shows missed calls from unknown with no voicemail. And when I check, there is nothing, like it wanted me to wonder. 2 nights ago, I was driving home, and I saw, on the shoulder near a drainage ditch, a small metal bell lying in the gravel, just sitting there like a dropped keychain charm. I drove past it. I did not stop. My whole body wanted to slam the brakes and pick it up and throw it into a river. But I did not. I kept going. In my rearview mirror, the bell was gone. I was driving the long route, the safe route, and I heard the bell, not faint, not far, but clear, right behind me in the back seat, like someone sitting there rang it once. I slammed on my brakes in the middle of the road, and I turned around and there was nobody, just the empty back seat, the old work jacket tossed there, the grocery bag I forgot to take inside. I sat there breathing hard. Then, from outside, from the direction of the cemetery, even though it was miles away, I heard the scraping, faint, like it traveled through the ground into the air, and in it I heard a phrase again, not open it this time. This time it sounded like, stop and listen. Stop and listen. I did not. I drove. I drove until my hands hurt from gripping the wheel. I drove until I ended up here, at the cemetery gate. Because some stupid part of me thinks if I sit here and talk into my phone, if I get it out, if I make it words, it will lose its grip. I do not know if that is true. I just know the bell is not a normal bell. There is no bell in that ground, not the kind you are thinking. And yet it rings. It rings like a trapped signal. It rings like a knock from somewhere that should not have a door. And I cannot stop thinking about that muffled scream in the voicemail. Like someone or something is down there trying to make sound through layers that were never meant to be crossed. That is what changes you. Not a monster you can see, not a figure you can point to. It is the idea that the ground can answer you. It is the idea that a place for the dead can learn your name and reach you through a phone and through a car and through silence. I do not know if it wants a listener or a witness or a helper. I just know every time I hear it, the urge to stop gets stronger, like my body wants to obey it. Like stopping is the natural thing. Like listening is what you are supposed to do when someone calls. And that terrifies me, because it means one day I might not keep driving. One day I might pull over and get out and walk along the fence and look for the source like a sleepwalker. One day I might be the guy holding the iron bars at 4:20 inches the afternoon, talking to the gate like it can answer, saying, you are late, you ring that bell and nobody comes. I am telling you, I have started avoiding not just cemeteries, but any place where the ground is disturbed, any place where there is fresh dirt, any place where there are flowers stuck into soil for someone who is not there. I cannot walk past a funeral procession now without my heart racing. I cannot stand the sound of wind chimes because sometimes a chime hits the same pitch as that bell and my stomach drops. I changed my phone ringtone to something flat because any bright tone makes me flinch. I keep my phone face down because I cannot stand seeing unknown calls pop up. I stopped using the shortcut for everything. I take the long way even to the gas station. I told my friends I am trying to save my suspension from potholes. They laughed. I laughed. But I am not joking. I am not living in the same world I was living in before. The world is tilted slightly now, like there is a seam in it. And that seam runs along a cemetery fence where the streetlights do not reach. And the worst part is there is no proof I can show you that will make you believe me the way I need someone to believe me. The voicemail is proof to me. But if you played it for someone else, they would say it is a sound, it is a prank, it is a glitch. The handprint was proof to me, but it was gone. The bell on the gravel shoulder was proof to me, but it vanished. The clock changing was proof to me. But who trusts a car clock? And Marin, the one person who was there, cannot hold on to the memory long enough to use it as proof. Parts slip, parts blur. It is like the event itself tries to erase itself. Like it does not want a clean record, it wants doubt. That is what makes it work. That is what keeps you trapped. Not in a coffin, but in your own head. Replaying, questioning, listening for the next ring. I am sitting here right now by the gate, and I can see the fence line stretching down the road, disappearing into dark, and I keep thinking I hear a faint ring far inside, like a lure. I am not going in. I am not. I am going to end this and start my car and drive away while I still can. But I needed to say it out loud somewhere, because the longer I keep it inside, the more it feels like I am the one under the ground trying to wring my way out. And I do not want to become that. I do not want to be a listener. I do not want to be a person who stops. If you are hearing this and you ever take a shortcut along a cemetery fence, if you ever hear a bell where there should not be one, do not slow down. Do not roll your window down. Do not try to be brave and solve it. Keep driving. Because whatever it is, it knows the difference between passing and listening. And once it learns your name, it does not forget it. My name's Caleb Dorsey. I'm from Mason Fork, Kentucky, and I work as a night security guard. I am parked right now by the cemetery gate because my car battery is on its last breath, and if I shut it off, I might not get it started again. And I cannot go back to my apartment with this sitting in my chest like this. Dude, I cannot. I swear to God, I have not slept. I keep seeing the same angle in my head, the same wrong tilt. And I know how that sounds. I do. But listen. Listen. I am not making a story. I am not trying to scare anybody. I am telling you what happened because it happened to me, and because if I say it out loud, maybe it stops living in me. That day started normal. So normal it makes me sick to think about it now. Because I keep wishing I had done one thing different. And the truth is, it would not have mattered. I do not think it would have mattered. I woke up at 2:47 p.m. because I work nights, and I have blackout curtains that do not fully work because the edges let in this thin, bright line. And the line was on the wall like a razor, and I remember staring at it and thinking I need to rehang the rod. And then I rolled over and my elbow hit the empty water bottle I keep on the floor, and it crinkled loud, and I remember being annoyed at the sound, like my day was already loud and it had not started. I made breakfast even though it was afternoon, 2 eggs and a piece of toast. And I had this cheap hot sauce that I put on everything, and it dripped on the front of my shirt, right on the pocket, a little orange stain, and I wiped it with a wet paper towel, and it did nothing. It just spread, and I remember thinking I will change before work, and I did not. I wore it anyway. That same gray work shirt with the company name stitched in blue, the funeral home's name, because I was running behind and I was tired. I checked my phone and I had one text from my aunt asking if I was coming by this weekend, and I did not answer. And I hate that now, because I keep thinking about family and graves and how people end up places, and I do not want to think about any of that. I left the apartment at 5:18 p.m. I know that because I looked at the clock on the microwave on my way out. It is 5 minutes fast. So maybe it was 5:13, but it was in that range. And the sky was bright, in that ugly winter way, where it looks like it should be warm but it is not, and the wind had that dry edge that makes your nose sting. I drove the same route I always drive, down the 2-lane that runs past the edge of town, and I passed the cemetery like I always do, just a blur of stones behind the fence, and I did not even look because I never look, because it is not my business who is in there. That is what I used to tell myself. The funeral home sits right beside it, like the property line is basically a handshake, and the back loading area where I work nights faces the cemetery fence. And there is a narrow path along the fence, where the grass gets worn down from people cutting through, and I always thought it was a bad idea, but people do what people do. I got to work at 5:54 p.m., punched in at 6, and I remember the punch clock beeped weird, like it hesitated. And I remember making a joke to the front desk lady about it eating my hours, and she did not laugh. She just looked tired and said, "We had kids back there again." That is the kind of thing that happens. Kids daring each other to hop the fence. Couples parking by the stones. People doing dumb things because they want to feel something. And usually it is my job to make them leave. And usually they leave. And that is that. I took my keys. I took the radio. I did my first walk around the building. Checked the doors. Checked the side gate. Checked the back gate that opens toward the cemetery path. And the air back there smelled like whetstone even though it had not rained. And the grass was damp like it always is near that fence. Like the ground remembers being turned. There are cameras everywhere. Not fancy, just those plastic dome ones bolted under the eaves. One pointed at the loading bay, one at the back gate, one angled down the fence line so you can see about 40 feet of the path, and then the view gets swallowed by the angle and the trees. The camera that sees the fence line also catches a slice of the cemetery through the bars, just a triangle of headstones and plastic flowers, and the corner of this one cross stone, and I never paid attention to it beyond making sure nobody was moving in that slice. That is important, man, because I want you to understand how boring my job is, how I am not out there hunting anything. I am not looking for signs. I am watching a screen, drinking bad coffee, walking the same loop, and waiting for the clock to move. The first few hours were nothing, just paperwork, just checking the locks. A delivery truck came at 8:12 with a casket shipment, and the driver was late, and he was grumpy, and he complained about the road, and I nodded and signed and did not care. At 9:30, I heated up a gas station burrito in the break room microwave, and it exploded a little and made a mess. And I wiped it out with paper towels and thought about how everything in my life smells like cleaning spray. At 10:05, I got a call on the radio from the front, asking me to look at a flickering light in the hallway. And I walked up, and it was flickering. And I tightened the bulb, and it stopped, and that was the whole event. At 10:47, I sat at the security desk in the back office where the monitors are, and I scrolled my phone, and my eyes kept falling on that little orange stain on my shirt pocket, and I kept rubbing it like I could erase it with my thumb, and it just sat there. At 11:20, the wind picked up, and I could hear it push against the building, and the flag in the front snapped a few times, and then everything settled. Midnight came and went, and I remember because I always look at the clock at midnight. I do not know why. I just do. And I always think, okay, the shift is half done. Keep moving. The weird part did not start like a scream or a shadow. It started like a small, stupid detail that my brain tried to throw away. It was 12:16 a.m. when I noticed the cross in the camera view. I know that because the timestamp was on the screen, and I stared at it long enough that it burned into me. The cross is not inside our property. It is in the cemetery, maybe 30 feet beyond the fence. And it is one of those old stone crosses, not fancy, just a vertical and a shorter horizontal, and it sits above a low base like a marker. In the camera view, it shows up as a pale shape at the edge of the frame, kind of angled. Because the camera is not pointed at it, it is pointed down the path. I had seen it 1,000 times without looking at it, but at 12:16 I looked, and it looked like it was leaning a little more than usual. Like the crossbar was not level, like the whole thing had turned a few degrees toward the fence. I told myself it was the angle, or the camera being bumped by wind, or my eyes being tired, and I looked away. Then I looked back, and I swear to God it looked different again, like it was facing more toward the camera, not just leaning, facing. I did this dumb thing where I leaned forward toward the screen like that would fix it, like the pixels would rearrange into something that makes sense. And I remember my chair squeaked, and the sound made me jump, and that annoyed me, because I do not jump at chair squeaks, dude. I do not. I checked the other camera angles, and everything was normal. Empty. Still. I told myself, fine, whatever. Ground shifts, stones settle, these things tilt over time, and I went back to scrolling my phone. Then at 12:29, the motion alert pinged on the monitor, a little beep, and it highlighted the fence line camera in red, and my stomach did that drop. It does when you think you are about to get into a confrontation, because I thought it was kids, and I hate chasing kids. I looked up, and there was no one on the path. No movement I could see. No shadow. Nothing. Just the fence, the damp grass, and that slice of cemetery. But the motion alert kept pinging like something was moving, and I stared harder. And I saw nothing moving except the plastic flowers on a grave further back, barely rattling, and the cross, that cross, looked like it had shifted again, like it was turning in slow steps. I turned the monitor brightness up, then down, like that does anything. I zoomed in. Our system lets you zoom a little, and the image got grainy, and that made it worse, because the grain made it look like the air itself was crawling. I told myself, it is wind, it is just wind, and I stood up to do a walk, because that is what you do when you feel weird. You move, you put your body somewhere else, you remind yourself you are real. I grabbed my flashlight, grabbed the radio, and I went out the back door, into the loading area, and the cold hit my face hard and clean, and for a second I felt better because cold is honest. Cold does not lie. The back gate was closed and latched, just like I left it. The path along the fence was empty. The cemetery was quiet behind the bars, headstones leaning, names worn down, and the whole place had this damp smell like stone that has been breathed on. I walked the fence line, shining my light through the bars, more out of habit than anything, and I could not see the cross from where I was because of the angle and the trees. And I remember feeling a stupid surge of relief, Like if I cannot see it, then it cannot bother me. Which is not how anything works, but that is what my brain did. I went back inside, sat down, and the motion alert stopped. I laughed, like a short laugh, and I said out loud to nobody, "See? Fine." And then I felt embarrassed, because talking to an empty room is not something I do. I sat and watched the monitors, and for the next hour nothing happened. At 1:41 a.m., the front desk lady called back to the security office phone, not the radio. And I remember because the phone almost never rings at night. And when it does, it is usually the police line testing. So I answered quick. And she said, Caleb, are you messing with the camera system?" And I said, "No, why?" And she said, "The lobby camera keeps flickering between angles, like it is cycling." And I said, "I have not touched anything. I have been back here." And she got quiet for a second, and then she said, "Okay, just, if you notice anything, let me know." And I asked her what she meant, and she said, "I do not know. It is just weird." And then she hung up. That is when the first real fear hit me. I checked the lobby camera feed, and it looked normal on my end, steady, no flicker. I checked the system logs, because you can see when someone switches views, and it showed no manual changes, just these little automatic refreshes, like the system was blinking. I told myself maybe it is an update, maybe it is the internet, maybe it is the old wiring. I told myself a lot of things. At 2:03 a.m., the fence line camera pinged again with motion, and this time when I looked at the screen, my throat went tight because the cross was facing straight at the camera. I am telling you straight. It was facing the camera like it knew it was being watched, like the stone had a front, like it had turned itself to look back. And I know, you are going to say, "Caleb, you are tired. It is a bad angle. It is a trick of light." And I would say that too. I would, if I had not done what I did next. I pulled up the archived footage from earlier in the night, from 11, from midnight, from 12:16, from 12:29, and I watched it back. And the cross was in a different position in each clip. Subtle, not spinning like a toy, but different, like it took steps when you were not watching. In the 11 clip, the cross is angled away, almost like it is turned toward the left, like it is minding its own business. At 12:16, it is slightly more toward the fence. At 12:29, it is more. At 2:03, it is straight. And there is something else, and I did not notice it at first because my eyes were locked on that stone, but when I zoomed in and watched frame by frame, there was a shadow at the base of the cross that did not match anything. It was not the shadow of the cross. It was lower, wider, like a dark shape hugging the stone. And in each clip, the shadow was a little closer to the fence, like it had shifted forward in the dead space between frames. I sat there, man, and my mouth went dry. And I remember swallowing, and it hurt like swallowing paper. I told myself, "Okay, enough. I am going to go outside. I am going to shine my light through the fence. I am going to see that it is nothing. And then I am going to feel stupid. And then I'm going to go back to my chair and finish my shift." I stood up, and my knee cracked, and I remember because it sounded loud in that room. And again, I jumped, and I hated myself for it. And I grabbed the flashlight, and I went to the back door, and my hand was shaking enough that I fumbled the knob, and I told myself, "Stop it. Stop it. You are a grown man." I stepped out into the loading area, and the air had changed. That is the best way I can put it. It was colder, but not just colder, heavier, like there was moisture in it, like fog, but I could not see fog. And when I breathed, it tasted metallic, like pennies, like the air had been stored in a can. The fence line looked the same, the path looked the same, but the silence was thicker, like the town had been unplugged. I walked to the fence and shined my light through the bars toward the slice of cemetery I could see. and I could not see the cross from there. Not directly, but I could see the line of stones and the plastic flowers, and everything looked still. Then my radio crackled. Just a burst of static, and I almost dropped it. I said, "Front desk, you copy?" And no one answered. I tried again, and nothing. Just that flat dead silence you get when the channel is open, but nobody is there. I told myself the building was blocking the signal, even though it never does. I backed up, and that is when I heard the gravel. One crunch. Slow, like a boot heel pressing down. Not on my side of the fence, on the cemetery side. I froze. I held my breath without meaning to. I shined the flashlight along the ground behind the fence, trying to catch shoes, trying to catch legs, trying to catch anything human. I saw nothing. Then another crunch, closer. Then a third. And the thing is, it was not walking like someone walking down a path. It was walking like someone pacing, like someone taking measured steps and stopping, like they were testing the distance. I said, "Hey, you need to leave. Cemetery is closed." And my voice sounded wrong, too loud and too thin. There was no answer. The crunch came again. And this time, my light caught movement. Not a person, just the plastic flowers rattling. But the rattling moved in a line, like a breeze was traveling along the row, except there was no wind. The trees were not moving. The grass was not moving. Only the flowers, like something passed close enough to brush them without touching them. My skin went hot under my shirt, and the orange stain on my pocket felt like it was burning, like it was a mark. I backed away from the fence, and my foot hit the edge of the concrete pad. And I stumbled, and the sound of my boot scraping made me flinch because it felt like I had just announced myself. I turned to go back inside, and I swear to God the back gate latch clicked. Not the door, the gate. It clicked like someone tapped it from the other side. I spun back and shined my light at the gate, and it was still closed, still latched, but the latch was vibrating, barely, like it had just been touched. I stood there with my flashlight beam shaking on the bars, and I said, "Who is there?" And my voice cracked on the last word, and I hated that. I hated that it sounded like fear because I was trying to sound in control. No answer. Just that metallic air and the smell of stone and the faint dampness rising from the ground. I went back inside, locked the back door, and I sat down hard in my chair, and my hands were sweating and cold at the same time. I watched the monitors like my life depended on it. At 2:17 a.m., the fence line camera froze. Not flicker, froze, like the same frame held. The timestamp kept counting, but the image did not change. I tapped the screen like that would help. I switched feeds, then switched back, and it was still frozen. I opened the system menu, and it said camera offline. I stared at that little red warning, and my stomach rolled. Then the camera came back online, but the image was not the same angle. The camera had not moved physically. I could see the mounting bracket. It was fixed, but the view was different, shifted slightly, like someone had changed the crop, like the system decided to show more cemetery and less path. And in that new view, the cross was visible, fully visible. And it was close, not physically close like it moved through space, but close like the camera was now aimed at it, like the camera wanted it centered. The cross was centered in the frame, and the base was visible, and there was a small metal tag on the base with numbers. And I squinted and zoomed, and I could read it, and it said 23B. That number hit me like a slap, because our cemetery section map uses letters and numbers. And I know that because families ask sometimes. They call the funeral home and ask where a grave is, and the staff uses those numbers. And 23B is a real section, a real row marker. And I had never paid attention to it because it is not my job. But I knew what it meant. And seeing it on that stone made it feel like a file folder got opened with my name on it. I sat there and stared, and the motion alert started pinging again, and the system kept flagging movement even though nothing moved. Then I saw it, the shadow at the base of the cross. And this time it was not just a shadow. It had shape. It looked like someone kneeling. Not clearly. Not like you could draw it, but like the absence of light formed around a posture. Like a person bent forward with their head down. And it did not make sense because there was no light source that would cast that shape. And it did not make sense because there was nobody there. I rubbed my eyes hard, like hard enough to hurt. And when I opened them, it was still there. I looked away to another monitor, then looked back, and the shape was closer to the fence, closer than it had been in the last frame I saw. I felt my breath speed up, and I forced myself to breathe slower, because I have had panic before, and I know what it feels like when your body tries to run without you. I told myself, okay, I am going to call the police. I am going to report a trespasser, and they are going to come, and it is going to be embarrassing, and it is going to be fine. I picked up the desk phone, and the dial tone was there, steady. I dialed the non-emergency number I have written on a sticky note by the monitor, and the line rang, and rang, and rang, and then it clicked, like it picked up, but there was no voice, just a soft hum. I said, "Hello. This is security at the funeral home by the cemetery. We have someone in the cemetery." And my voice sounded far away, like it was coming from down a hallway. The hum stayed. Then I heard a sound on the line that made my stomach turn because it sounded like my own breathing, delayed by a half second, like an echo that should not exist. I stared at the phone like it had teeth. I told myself it was a phone glitch, a line issue, anything. Then the desk phone rang immediately, like the second my finger left the receiver. It rang twice. I did not answer. It rang again, and again. My hands were shaking so bad I could not keep them still on my lap. I said out loud, "Stop, stop," and I do not know who I was talking to. The ringing stopped. The monitors all flickered at once, like someone blinked the building. And then they came back, and every feed was normal, except the fence line camera, which was still centered on grave 23B. And now, in the dirt in front of the cross, there were marks. Not a hole, nothing graphic, just disturbed earth, fresh, darker than the surrounding ground. And the worst part was, I could see the fence in the foreground, our fence with the vertical bars. And there was a smear on one of the bars, a dark smear, like wet dirt rubbed on metal. And I know dirt can smear for 100 reasons, but it was on the bar at the exact height where a hand would grab, like someone held the fence and leaned in. I sat there and tried to make my brain do the normal thing, the rational thing, but my brain kept doing this other thing, this pattern thing, like it was lining up events and saying, "See? See? See?" I opened the archived footage again, and I started comparing it. And this is where I need you to stay with me, because this is where it stops being a weird camera thing and starts being something that reached into my life. I pulled footage from the previous night, because our system stores a few days, and I found the fence line camera from last night at 2:03 a.m., same time, and I watched it, and the cross was angled away, not facing, and there was no kneeling shade, and the camera angle was the normal angle, showing mostly path. I pulled footage from a week ago, and the cross was angled away. Then I pulled footage from earlier that evening, before midnight, and I realized something that made me feel like my ribs were too tight around my lungs. The cross was not just turning randomly, it was turning in increments that matched the camera refresh cycles. Every time the system blinked, the cross advanced. Every time the monitor flickered, it moved. I stared at the timestamps, and I noticed the system was refreshing at odd intervals. Not every minute, not every hour, but in a pattern that repeated. 13 minutes, then 12, then 13, then 12, like a heartbeat. And it kept doing it. like the system had learned a rhythm. I did not know what to do with that. I stood up and walked in a circle in the office because sitting still felt like dying. I drank cold coffee and it tasted like metal. I wiped my hands on my pants like there was something on them. The desk phone rang again at 2:31 a.m., twice, then stopped. The radio crackled once, like a breath, then went silent. I looked at the front desk camera feed, and the lobby was empty, lights low, chairs lined up, everything clean. Then, for 1 second, the lobby feed showed the backloading area instead, like the system swapped, and in that 1 second, I saw myself on the screen from an angle that does not exist. I need you to hear that. It was my back, my shoulders, my gray shirt with the orange stain on the pocket, and I was sitting in my chair, but the angle was from inside the cemetery, looking through the fence bars, like the camera was on the other side, like someone was watching me from where the graves are. I stood there frozen, and my mouth went dry again, and I felt tears push behind my eyes, not because I was sad, but because my body was trying to flush fear out of me. I walked to the back door and pressed my forehead against the cold glass and stared out into the loading area. And everything looked normal, empty, but my skin felt like it was being stared at. I backed away and I told myself, Caleb, you are going to make a mistake. If you panic, you need to slow down. You need to do steps. So I did steps, like I am trained, like I have done in drills. Step 1, lockdown. I checked every door, every lock, every window. All secure. Step 2, call for help. I tried the police line again. Same hum. I tried my supervisor's number. It rang, then clicked, then silence. And then I heard my own breathing again, delayed, like the line was feeding me back to me. I hung up. Step 3, document. I started recording the screen with my phone, because if I did not have proof, I knew I would doubt myself later. And I could already feel doubt building like a second person in my head saying, you are tired, you are making this. I held my phone up to the monitor and filmed grave. 23B, centered the cross facing the camera, the kneeling shape at the base, the smear on the fence bar. I filmed the timestamp. I filmed the motion alerts pinging with no visible movement. I filmed the system log showing no manual changes. My hand shook so bad the video is a mess. It exists, and I still cannot watch it all the way through, because something happens near the end of it that makes my stomach flip even now. At 2:44 a.m., the refresh blink happened again. That little flicker, and when it came back, the kneeling shape was closer to the fence, so close that its edge overlapped the bars in the camera perspective, like it was right there. Then the cross was not just facing the camera, it was tilted toward it, like it leaned forward. And I know stone does not lean forward in a new way unless it breaks or shifts. And there was no break, no crumble, no dust. It just looked closer, like the distance compressed. I kept filming. I whispered, no, no, no. And I do not know why. I whispered, like loud would make it notice me more. The desk phone rang again, but this time the ringtone sounded wrong. Slower, like the pitch dropped, like the building was getting tired. I ignored it. My eyes were glued to that fence line feed. Then the system blinked again, 12 minutes later, right on that pattern, and when the feed returned, the kneeling shape was gone, the disturbed dirt was gone, the smear on the fence bar was gone, the cross was still centered, but it was back to its original angle, turned away like it never looked at me, and the path was empty, and the motion alert stopped, and I stood there with my phone still recording. And for a second I felt this wave of relief so strong it almost made me laugh. Like the world snapped back into place, like I had imagined it all. Then my phone vibrated in my hand because I got a notification, and it was from my own camera roll, like my phone had created a new album, and the notification said, "Memories from 1 year ago." That is the kind of dumb thing phones do, right? They surface old photos. but I had no memories notification set up. I turned that off, and the timing of it made my skin prickle. I tapped it without thinking, and it opened a photo I do not remember taking. It was a picture of a cemetery fence at night, taken from the inside of the cemetery, looking out, and through the bars you could see the back loading area and the funeral home door and a man standing there holding a flashlight. And the timestamp on the photo, the date, was a year ago, same month, same day, and the time was 2:44 a.m. I stared at it until my eyes hurt. I looked at the fence line monitor. I looked at the photo. I looked at my hands. I felt like I was going to throw up, but I did not. I could not even swallow. I tried to tell myself, maybe I took that photo and forgot. Maybe I did a walkthrough in the cemetery side for some reason. Maybe it was a training thing. But that makes no sense, because I have never been allowed inside that cemetery after hours, and I am not supposed to cross property lines. And also, a year ago I did not work nights at this funeral home. I worked at a warehouse on the other end of town. I know that. I remember the warehouse, the pallets, the dust, the way my hands cracked in winter. I remember that year. I remember the people I worked with. I remember quitting because my supervisor kept shorting my hours. So how is there a photo of me a year ago standing at that fence, in this uniform, in this place, at this time? That is when I started to feel like time itself was wrong. Like the timeline in my head got a crack in it and something was leaking through. I backed away from the monitor and I sat down hard, and my chair rolled a few inches, and I grabbed the desk with both hands like the room was moving. I tried to breathe, and my breathing sounded too loud in my ears, and I kept thinking about that hum on the phone line that sounded like my own breath, like the building was feeding me myself. The desk phone stopped ringing. The whole building felt quiet, too quiet, like even the vents had softened. I looked at the clock. It said 2:45 a.m., 1 minute after the time on that photo. I looked at the fence line feed again, and the cross was angled away, normal, like it never moved, and then the system blinked. And when it came back, the camera angle shifted again, but not toward the cemetery this time. Away, showing more of the path, less of the graves, like the system decided to look away. And I felt this stupid, awful feeling like the system was tired of showing me what I asked to see, like it was done with me. I stood up and I said out loud, "No, show it again." And my voice sounded like someone else's voice in that office, like it did not belong to me. I grabbed my keys and I walked to the back door, because I could not sit there anymore. I needed to see the fence with my own eyes. I needed to see dirt, metal, air, something real. I opened the back door and stepped out, and the metallic taste hit me again, stronger, and the air felt damp and heavy, and this time I could see fog, thin, low, hugging the ground near the fence like breath from the earth. The loading area light cast this pale circle, and beyond it, the path disappeared into darkness. I walked toward the fence, slower than before, and I kept my flashlight beam low because I did not want to announce myself. And that sounds stupid because I was already there. But fear makes you do dumb math. I got to the fence and I put my hand on the cold metal bar, and I felt something wet. I jerked my hand back. I shined the flashlight at my palm. It was dark, like dirt mixed with water, like mud, but my hand had been clean when I walked out, and there was no mud on our side. The concrete is clean back here. I wiped my palm on my pants, and it left a smear. I stared at the bar. There was a fresh smear on it, right where my hand had been. The smear looked like a handprint. I felt my throat tighten so hard it hurt. I shined the flashlight through the bars, into the cemetery slice I could see, and the ground right there by the fence was disturbed, like something had knelt there. I had not seen that 2 minutes ago on the monitor, because the camera had looked away, but it was there now with my eyes. I leaned closer, and I could smell wet earth, like turned soil, like a fresh grave, without the grave. I said, "Who is there?" Again. And my voice cracked again. And I hated it again. And there was no answer. Then I heard gravel crunch, right behind me, on our side, on the path by the loading area where there is a strip of gravel for drainage. One crunch. Slow. I spun around and shined my flashlight, and there was no one there. The loading area was empty. The door behind me was closed. Like a foot-shifting weight, I shined the light lower, at the ground, and I saw nothing but my own boots and tire marks. My radio crackled, and this time I heard a voice, faint, thin, like it was coming from far away through a bad speaker. It said, "Caleb." Just my name. One word. No urgency, no tone, just the word. I froze. I grabbed the radio and said, "Who is this?" And my voice came out loud and sharp. The radio hissed. Then it said, "Caleb." Again, same flat way, like a recording. I swear to God my skin went numb. I backed toward the door without turning my back to the dark, because that is what your body does when it thinks something is behind you. I shined my flashlight in a wide arc, fast, and the beam caught the cemetery bars, the fog, the disturbed dirt, and for 1 second, I saw a shape on the other side of the fence, low. Hands on the ground. The beam hit it, and it did not react like a person. It did not flinch. It did not look up. It just stayed, like it was part of the ground. Then the beam moved, and when it moved back, it was gone. The disturbed dirt stayed. My handprint stayed. The wet smear stayed. But the shape was gone, like it only existed when I was not fully looking. I stumbled back into the building, slammed the door, locked it, and I stood there with my back against it, panting, trying not to make noise, trying to listen. I heard nothing. I walked back to the monitors, and the fence line feed was black. Not offline, not frozen. Black. Like the lens was covered. I stared at it, and my stomach dropped. I switched to another camera that faces the loading area, and tap, and I could see the back door from outside. And in that view, there was a handprint on the door glass. On the outside, a wet handprint, fingers long, pressed flat. I could see it clearly because the loading light reflected off the moisture. I stared at it, and my brain tried to tell me it was my handprint from earlier. But it was on the outside, and my hands were not wet, and the shape of it was wrong. Like the fingers were too straight, too together, like someone pressed without bending. I felt a sound build in my throat, like a sob, and I swallowed it down because I did not want to fall apart. The desk phone rang again. Once, twice, then stopped. Then it rang again, and this time I picked it up because I do not know why. Maybe because my brain wanted a normal voice. And then I heard myself say, "Hello, back," delayed, like before, and then a new sound, like gravel crunching, and then a soft tapping, like fingernails on glass. Tap, 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 slow. I hung up so hard the receiver bounced. I backed away from the desk. I looked at the clock. It said 2:52 a.m. I looked at my phone. It said 2:44 a.m. I blinked. I looked again. My phone said 2:44 a.m., and the date was a year ago. I felt like my heart stopped. I shook the phone like that would fix it. The screen flickered, and then it went back to normal time. 2:52 a.m. Today's date. I stared at it, and my hands shook so bad I almost dropped it. I said out loud, "Wait, I forgot to tell you, and I do not even know who I was talking to. Maybe to you, maybe to myself, but this is the part I keep looping on, because my brain cannot make it fit." The image still showed me at the fence, and in the corner of that photo, just inside the cemetery bars, you could see the cross, grave 23B, and it was facing the camera, facing out, like it was looking through the bars at me. I felt this pressure behind my eyes like I was going to pass out. I sat down because my legs went weak. I put my head in my hands for 1 second, just 1 second, and when I lifted my head, the monitors had all switched feeds. Every screen was showing the same image, the fence line view, centered on grave 23B, cross-facing the camera, disturbed dirt at the base, and the kneeling shape was back, closer than ever, so close it looked like it was pressed right up to the fence on the cemetery side, like its head was bowed into the bars. And then the shape lifted its head, not fast, not a snap. Slow, like a hinge opening. And there was no face I could describe, just darkness where a face should be, but the motion was human enough that my whole body reacted like it was a person. And my stomach turned, and my hands went cold. The radio crackled and said, "Caleb, again." And this time it said it 3 times in a row. Caleb, 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 like a pattern, like a machine. The desk phone rang. The hall light flickered. The building felt like it was blinking around me, like it could not hold steady. I stood up and backed away from the monitors until my back hit the file cabinet, and I held onto it because the room felt like it was tilting. I said, "Stop, stop, stop," out loud, and my voice sounded like it came from the wrong place in my throat. The screens blinked, and in that blink, the image changed. It was not the fence line anymore. It was inside the cemetery, looking back toward the funeral home, like that impossible angle again, but clearer this time, closer, like whoever was holding the camera was standing right up against the bars. I could see the bars close, sharp, and beyond them I could see the loading area, the door, and through the glass I could see me inside, standing there by the monitors, staring back, and I watched myself on the screen raise my hand. My real hand stayed at my side. The hand on the screen lifted, palm out, toward the bars, like a greeting or a stop sign. Then the image zoomed closer to my face, like whoever was holding the camera leaned in, and I saw my own eyes on the screen. Wide, scared, and my mouth opened, and the version of me on the screen said something. I did not hear it through the monitors. I did not hear it through the monitors. I saw the words form. He said, "Do not look away." And then the feed snapped back to the normal fence line angle, and the cross at 23B was tilted toward the camera, like it was leaning in, like it was listening. I grabbed my phone and I called my aunt, because she was the first number in my recent calls, and I did not care if it was 3 a.m. I needed a living voice, and the phone rang, and then it clicked, and I heard that hum again, and then I heard my aunt's voice, but it was not right. It was her voice saying my name the way she says it when she is calling me for dinner, but it was flat, like a recording. Caleb, then the hum. Ask blend, then the hum, then Caleb again. I hung up. I threw the phone on the desk and it slid and hit the keyboard and bounced. I stared at the monitors. The kneeling shape was gone again, like it was playing a game of appearing and disappearing based on my attention. The cross was back to normal, angled away. The disturbed dirt was still there. The smear on the fence bar was still there. And then, on the ground in the camera view, right at the base of the fence, a message appeared. I do not mean like glowing letters, nothing like that. I mean the dirt looked like it had been dragged with a finger to form letters. Simple, uneven, like someone wrote in mud. It said 23B. That is all. 2 numbers and a letter. And the worst part was, I could tell it was on our side of the fence, because I could see the fence shadow. And the letters were in the gravel strip on our side, not in the cemetery dirt. That means something wrote it where I was, where I had been standing, where I had walked. I looked away from the screen and I looked down at the floor of the loading area office. Like the letters would be there in real life, and of course they were not. But I still looked, because my brain was breaking. I grabbed the flashlight and I ran to the back door, and I threw it open, and cold air hit me. And the fog was thicker now, like breath hanging low, and I shined the flashlight down at the gravel strip along the fence on our side, and the letters were there, 23B, scratched into the damp gravel like someone dragged a tool. Fresh, sharp. I stood there staring at it, and my mouth went dry again, and I felt this pressure in my ears like when you go up a hill too fast. I looked up at the fence. The bars were wet with moisture, like multiple hands had grabbed from the cemetery side and pressed. And in the fog, on the cemetery side, I could see the cross now, because the fog and the flashlight made a tunnel, and the cross was facing me. Not the camera, me, facing straight toward where I stood at the fence. And for a second, I saw that kneeling shape again, right at the base of the cross, and I saw it lift its head. And this time I heard something. Not a voice, not words, a sound like someone breathing through clenched teeth, like air being pulled through a narrow place. It was coming from the cemetery side. It was close. I stepped back, and my boot hit something, and I looked down, and there was my phone on the ground. My phone. The same phone I had thrown on the desk inside. It was on the gravel strip by the fence, screen up, cracked, and the screen was lit, showing the camera app open, recording from a perspective that was not possible. The preview image on the screen showed me standing at the fence, seen from inside the cemetery through the bars. I stared at it, and my stomach flipped so hard I thought I would collapse. I picked the phone up with shaking hands, and the recording timer on it said 0 hours and 12 seconds, like it had just started. And in the preview I could see the cross behind the bars, and it was tilted toward the lens, and I could see something dark move at the bottom of the frame, like a hand reaching toward the camera. I backed away, and I felt tears spill out of my eyes without me deciding, and I wiped them with the back of my hand, and it smeared dirt on my face. And I did not care. I ran back inside, slammed the door, locked it, and I ran to the security office. And I did the only thing that made sense in that moment. I turned off the monitors. I hit the power switch. The screens went black. The office went dim. And in that dim, I heard the gravel again. Crunch. Right outside the back door. Then another crunch. Then the metal latch on the back gate clicked. 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 Like someone testing it. Then the tapping on glass. Slow. Steady. Like fingernails on the back door window. Tap. I stood there in the dark and held my breath because I did not want it to know I was there. Which is stupid, because it obviously knew. It knew my name. It knew my shirt stain. It knew my timeline. It knew everything. The tapping stopped. Silence. Then my desk phone rang. In the dark, the ringtone sounded normal again, almost comforting, and that made it worse. I did not answer. It rang until it stopped. Then it rang again. I still did not answer. I backed away from the desk and pressed myself against the wall like that would help. The phone stopped ringing. Then the monitors turned on by themselves. The screens lit up one by one. The fence line feed first, then the loading area, then the lobby, then the hall, all on, all showing the same thing. The inside cemetery angle. The bars close. The funeral home beyond. Me, inside, pressed against the wall, staring back, and then the camera view moved. Like whoever was holding it walked along the inside of the fence. Slow, measured steps, crunch, 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 and I could hear the crunch through the speakers even though those cameras do not have good audio, and the sound was too clear. Too close. The view stopped at a spot where the bars aligned perfectly with the back door, and through the bars I could see the handprints on the glass, and then a hand came into view from the cemetery side and pressed against the bars. Not pale, not glowing, just a hand shape made of darkness and moisture, like something that should not have texture, but did. It pressed, and the bars fogged around it, like the air reacted. Then the hand moved to the lens, and the image went blurry, like something smeared across it from the inside, like pressure from the wrong side. And my stomach clenched because the lens is outside. It is a dome on our building, and whatever was touching it was not where it should be. The image cleared. The cross at 23B filled the frame. It was close. Too close. Like the camera was right in front of it. The stone surface looked damp, darkened by fog. The metal tag with 23B was clear, and then the cross turned, not between blinks, not between frames. I watched it turn in real time, slow, grinding, like stone on stone, and it pivoted until it faced the lens dead on. I heard a sound through the speakers, like a low scrape. The cross stopped facing the camera, and then the image zoomed in on the base, on the disturbed dirt, and the dirt moved. Not like an animal, not like a hand popping out, nothing like that. Just the surface of it shifted like something under it exhaled. The plastic flowers nearby rattled once, like a shiver. The speakers hissed, and then, through the hiss, I heard my own voice, quiet, like it was coming from far away, saying, "Do not look away." I stumbled backward and hit the file cabinet, and the cabinet door swung open, and papers fell out, and the sound made me jump again, and I felt like I was going to pass out, and I grabbed the edge of the desk to steady myself, and my hand landed on something wet. I looked down. There was dirt on the desk, like it had been scooped from the ground. It was on the desk in a small pile, and in that dirt, someone had pressed 2 numbers and a letter with a fingertip, 23B. I made a sound in my throat like a whimper, and I hate that. I hate that my body did that, but it did. I backed away from the desk, and I kept backing until I was against the door to the hallway. And my brain did this thing where it tried to run through every normal explanation, like a list, prank, trespasser, bad wiring, system hack, sleep deprivation, carbon monoxide. And none of it fit, because none of it explains dirt on my desk in the shape of a number that matched a grave I never looked at. None of it explains a photo from a year ago in a uniform I did not have. I decided I was leaving. That is the only decision I can say I made clearly. I was leaving the building. I was leaving my job. I did not care about policy, or keys, or cameras, or anything. I grabbed my jacket, grabbed my keys, grabbed my wallet, and I ran to the front because I did not want to go out the back by the fence. The front lobby was empty, lights low, the air smelled like flowers and cleaning spray, and the front desk was empty. The front desk lady was gone. Her chair was pushed back like she left in a hurry. The phone on the desk was off the hook, making that soft tone like a call ended. I called her name, but I am not going to say it here, because I cannot, because names feel dangerous now, like saying them opens something. I called out anyway, and my voice echoed in that lobby like it was too big for the room. No answer. I ran down the hall to the staff room, empty. The whole building felt like it had been cleared out while I stood in the back office staring at screens. I ran to the front doors, pushed them open, and stepped outside into the cold. The parking lot was empty except my car and one other vehicle that I did not recognize. A dark sedan parked crooked near the cemetery fence line, like someone pulled in fast. The headlights were off. The interior light was off. It looked dead. I ran to my car, got in, turned the key, and the engine coughed. It sputtered. It almost died. My heart slammed against my ribs. I turned the key again, and it caught. Barely. And the dashboard lights flickered like the car was tired. I put it in drive, and I pulled out of the lot, and as I drove past the cemetery fence, I forced myself not to look. I told myself, do not look, do not look, but my eyes flicked anyway because you cannot stop your eyes sometimes. And I saw the cross. Grave 23B. I saw it through the bars for 1 second in the sweep of my headlights. It was facing the road, facing out, facing me, leaving, and right at the base of it, in the dirt, I saw that kneeling shape, like a person with their head down, and as my car moved, the headlights shifted, and the shape did not cast a shadow. It was the shadow, and it felt like it turned its head toward the car without lifting it, like it listened. I looked away so hard my neck hurt, and I drove. I drove fast, too fast, and I did not care about the speed limit. I turned the radio on loud because silence felt dangerous. And the first station I got was static, and the static sounded like breathing. And I turned it off, and I drove in silence anyway, gripping the wheel until my hands ached. I got home, parked, and sat in the car for a long time because I did not want to go inside, because inside felt like a place where you can be alone with your thoughts, and I did not want to be alone with what I saw. When I finally went inside, I locked the door, checked it twice, and I stood in my kitchen, staring at the gray shirt with the orange stain, and I felt this sudden rage at it, like it was proof I had been there, like it was a tag, and I ripped it off and threw it in the trash. Then I pulled it back out, because I could not throw it away. Because what if throwing it away made it worse? What if it wanted that shirt? What if it wanted the stain? And I know that sounds insane. I know. But your mind grabs anything when it has no answers. I put the shirt in the sink and ran hot water over the stain until the water ran orange. And the stain did not leave. It spread. The whole pocket went orange, like a bruise. I turned the water off and stared at it, and my hands shook. I checked my phone. The photo from a year ago was still there. I tried to delete it. It would not delete. I hit delete. It disappeared. Then it reappeared when I refreshed, like it never left. I turned the phone off. When I turned it back on, the photo was still there. I covered the phone with a towel like that does anything. Like it cannot see me if I cannot see it. I did not sleep. I sat on my couch with all the lights on, and every time the apartment creaked, I jumped. At 2:44 a.m., exactly, my phone buzzed under the towel. I did not touch it. It buzzed again, then again. Then it stopped. I stared at the towel like it was a living thing. I finally lifted it and looked. There was a new photo in my camera roll, taken at 2:44 a.m. It was a picture of my apartment hallway, taken from inside my apartment, looking at my front door. The angle was low, like the phone was on the floor. You could see bars, you could see a cross shape beyond. I dropped the phone. I backed up until I hit the wall. I stood there shaking, and I realized something that made my stomach turn even more than the photo. I had not taken that picture. My phone had been under a towel on the table. No one had been in my apartment. The door was locked. The windows were locked. And still, the cemetery found a way to show itself through my own device, like it was using my eyes, my camera, my attention as a path. I moved the next day, not far, just across town to my cousin's spare room for a week, and I did not tell him why. I just said my place had a leak, and he believed me because people believe normal excuses. I called my supervisor and quit, and I did not give details, and he sounded annoyed and said, "Fine, bring your keys." And I mailed the keys instead, because I was not going back. I avoided that road by the cemetery. I took the long route to everything. I changed grocery stores. I changed gas stations. I changed my whole map. And for a while, it felt like it worked. Like distance matters. Like you can outrun a place. Then 3 nights later, at 2:44 a.m., my cousin's house security camera app sent him a motion alert. And he opened it. And he called my name from the hallway, confused. And he said, "Caleb." Why is your phone number showing up on my camera feed? And my stomach dropped because I knew without seeing, I knew. And I walked into the living room, and he had the feed on his phone, and the camera was pointed at his front porch, and there was nothing there. Just the porch light and the steps and the yard. But the audio was picking up a sound. Faint, like gravel crunching. And in the corner of the video frame there were letters, not the timestamp, a label, and it said 23B. My cousin laughed like it was a glitch, and he tapped the screen and said, "That is weird." And then he stopped laughing because the porch light flickered. And for 1 second, the camera showed a different angle. Low, through bars, and beyond the bars you could see his porch from a place that is not on his property, from a place like a fence line, and I swear to God I smelled wet stone in his living room. Like the air changed for one breath. Metallic, damp, wrong. I grabbed his phone and shut the app, and he got mad and asked what my problem was, and I could not tell him. Because how do you tell someone? Dude, how do you say, "A grave number is following me, like a stain"? I left his house that morning and I came here, to this cemetery gate. Not the same cemetery, a different one, on the other side of town. Because I needed to see if it was the place or if it was me. And that is the part that makes me feel sick. Because when I pulled up here tonight, the gate was closed, chains on it, and there was a sign with section numbers for visitors. And I tried not to read it, but my eyes did. And there, in plain black letters, on this different cemetery sign, was a line that said Section 23B. And I swear my heart did something weird, like it skipped and then slammed. And I sat in my car and gripped the wheel, and I felt that metallic taste rise in my mouth. I have not gone inside. I have not touched the gate. I am sitting here with the engine running because I do not trust my car to start again. I keep looking at my phone, and I keep wanting to throw it out the window and drive away. But I know it would still find me, because it already did, because it already put dirt on my desk, because it already put a year ago photo in my hand, because it already knew my name. I do not go to funerals anymore. I do not go near flowers anymore. Not plastic ones. Not real ones. Because the rattling sound makes my skin crawl. When I drive and I see headstones, even a glimpse, I turn up the radio until it is too loud, because silence feels like an open door. I check timestamps obsessively now. I check clocks in stores, in cars, on microwaves, on phones, because I do not trust time to stay in order. I cannot sleep past 2:30 a.m. because my body wakes up like it is waiting for a punch, and at 2:44 I hold my breath without meaning to, like my lungs are trying to hide. I keep seeing that cross turning in my head, not spinning, just adjusting, facing, like it learns where I am. I keep thinking about the kneeling shape, the way it lifted its head just enough to make my brain recognize it as something that could have stood up. I keep thinking about that phrase, "Do not look away," and I do not know if it was my own mouth saying it from the screen, or if it was something using my mouth. And that thought makes my hands shake so bad I cannot hold a cup of water steady. I have proof. I do. The videos. The photos. But proof does not help if the thing you are proving does not care. I tried deleting the photos again today. They still will not delete. I tried turning off my phone and leaving it in my apartment and going for a walk to clear my head. And when I came back, there was a new photo, taken at 2:44, of the inside of my closet, low angle, like the camera was on the floor, looking up at my hanging shirts. And on the wall behind them, there was a faint dark smear like a handprint. And beneath it, scratched into the paint like someone dragged a nail without breaking skin, just a line, were those characters again, 23B. I scrubbed the wall until my knuckles hurt, and the smear did not move. It is not dirt. It is not mold. It is just there, like a memory in the material. I am telling you, I do not know what it wants. I do not know if it wants me to go back to that grave, to that cross, to that exact spot where the camera decided to stare. I do not know if it wants attention, or if attention is the doorway. I do not know if I am marked. because I looked too long, because I tried to map it, because I filmed it, because I made it real with my eyes. I keep thinking about the first time I noticed it, how small it was, how it started as a little tilt that my brain wanted to ignore, and I keep wishing I had ignored it. But then I remember the photo from a year ago, and I think maybe I did not notice it first. Maybe it noticed me first. Maybe it has been lining up my time for longer than I can remember. And that thought makes me feel like the floor is not solid. Listen, I know this is too long. I know I am rambling, but I cannot stop, because when I stop, the silence feels like that fog again. Heavy, metallic, pressing in, and I keep thinking if I keep talking, it cannot slip into the gaps. I keep thinking about the way the system refreshed at those intervals. 13, 12, 13, 12. Like it was counting, like it was rehearsing. I keep thinking about how the cross moved only when the screen blinked, like it needed me to look away for a fraction of a second. I keep thinking about how the kneeling shape advanced only between moments, like it lived in the parts my eyes cannot hold. And now I think it is in the parts my mind cannot hold, because I catch myself forgetting simple things, like what I ate yesterday, like what day it is, and then I look at my phone, and there is a photo labeled a year ago, and my chest tightens, and I feel like I am losing pieces. I drove past a different cemetery yesterday by accident, just a small one behind a church, and I swear the bell tower looked wrong, like it leaned, and the graves were packed tight, and the plastic flowers rattled, even though there was no wind. And I turned the wheel so hard my tires squealed because I could not risk getting closer. I keep seeing the number in places. On a receipt, 23B as a register code. On a warehouse pallet label on a truck that passed me on the highway. On a seat number at the diner. And I know numbers repeat. I know letters repeat. I know you can find patterns if you are looking. But I am not looking. That is the thing. I am trying not to. And it still finds me. It is like the world is tilting toward that grave number, like everything is being pulled to a line. I can only tell you I am scared in a way I have never been scared. Not like a startle, not like a nightmare. Like a slow certainty that something knows how to step through my life using ordinary things, cameras, timestamps, phone notifications, and it does it with patience. The worst part, the part that makes my hands shake right now as I speak into this cracked screen, is that sometimes, for a second, I feel this urge to go back, like an itch, like my body wants to stand at that fence again and look straight at the cross and not look away, like it is calling without words. And then I feel sick, because I do not know if that urge is mine. I do not know if the infection is the fear or the pull. I do not know which one is the trap. I just know I do not walk past cemeteries anymore. I do not take roads along cemetery fences. I do not trust cameras. I do not trust clocks. And every night at 2:44 I feel like the air around me pauses, like the world holds its breath, waiting for a blink. My name's Casey Dillard. I'm from the back edge of Glenmont Heights outside a little rust town called Brackenridge, Ohio, and I work as a warehouse forklift operator. Listen, I know how that sounds. I know this is going to sound like I want attention, or like I'm trying to make something out of nothing. I have not slept right since it happened, and I keep checking my mirrors like a child, and I am parked right now with my headlights off and my phone screen cracked and my car battery acting like it wants to die any second. And I picked this spot because it is the only place in town where the cemetery gate is in view. But the stones are not, if that makes any sense. Because I cannot look straight at them anymore. Not even the clean ones. Not even the ones with flags and flowers and names. And I never used to be like that. Man, I used to cut through graveyards on foot like they were parks, and I never cared. I never had any reason to care. That week started like any other week. I woke up Monday at 5:17 inches the morning, because my neighbor's truck always backfires when he starts it, and it shakes the thin wall behind my bed. My mouth tasted like pennies and old coffee because I fell asleep on the couch the night before with the television on. I made 2 slices of toast, cheap white bread, and I put peanut butter on one side and strawberry jelly on the other because I was low on groceries and it felt like a little treat, like I was still a person and not just a body that clocks in and clocks out. I drank coffee from a chipped mug I stole from a job years ago, and it had a hairline crack down the side that always made the coffee cool too fast. I wore my gray work shirt, the one with a faded logo over the chest, and it had this brownish stain right at the bottom hem that I still cannot wash out. And I remember that stain because it matters. It's stupid, but it matters because that stain wasn't there before the night all this started, and it won't come out no matter what soap I use. I grabbed my keys, I checked my phone, 6:2, and I drove to the warehouse in the dark with the heater on too high because my windshield fogs if I don't. And I had that dry winter cough that makes your chest feel like sandpaper. Normal stuff. Boring stuff. I'm telling you this because if I don't anchor it to normal things, it turns into something I can't hold on to. And I need to hold on to it because I keep feeling like I'm the one that's wrong. Like my memory is the thing that changed. Like maybe I just got tired and started seeing patterns. But dude, no. Something happened. And it happened in a place people don't talk about. And that's the worst part. Because it wasn't a pretty cemetery with gates and statues. It was a forgotten patch that sits behind an old medical complex that used to be a county home and then got turned into a rehab and then got shut down and now just sits there with boarded windows. People around here call it the field. Sometimes they call it the county ground. The official name is on a sign that's half fallen over, and I'm not going to say it because I can't stand seeing it in my head, but everyone knows what kind of place it is. It's the place where names didn't stick. It's the place with numbered stakes. It's the place that looks like nothing from the road unless you know to look for it. Marla works at the warehouse too. Older woman, tough hands, always wears a knit cap even inside. And she volunteers with this community group that does cleanup stuff, like parks and roadsides. And she told me, plain as anything, we're doing a little project this week. We need bodies. You ever want to do something that feels like it matters for once? That's what she said. I laughed, like I do. And I told her I'm not a saint. And she said, nobody's a saint. We just need someone who can lift and who shows up when they say they will. I asked what it was, and she hesitated and then said, it's that old Potter's section behind the complex. The county said we can inventory what's left and straighten what we can. Just cleaning. I remember I made a face, because I know my own head. It's daytime. She said that like daytime is a shield you can hold up. I told her I'd think about it. And she said, meet me Wednesday after your shift. Bring work gloves. Bring boots you don't care about. I said okay, because I didn't want to be the guy who always says no. And also, because my life was starting to feel like a loop, and I wanted one thing that wasn't the warehouse and the couch and the backfiring truck and the same mug. Wednesday came. I punched out at 3:41 p.m. I checked my phone. The sky was that pale winter color, like the sun is behind a dirty sheet. The air was dry enough to make your nose sting. No rain, no snow, nothing. The ground all over town had that cracked look, like it was thirsty. Even the little creek behind my building was low and slow. I drove to the meeting spot with Marla, a parking lot by a closed thrift store, and she was there with a younger guy I had seen once at the warehouse. Name tag said Devin, and Devin had this nervous energy like he was always about to say something and then didn't. Marla handed me a clipboard and a roll of small plastic flags and a cheap digital recorder, the kind you use for meetings. And she said, county wants audio notes too. Just talk into it. Stake number. Condition. They don't want us taking pictures because of privacy, even though there are no names out there. But that's what they said. Audio's fine. I remember I said, audio for who? And she said, for the records, Casey. For future. For someone who cares. And that should have been the end of it, right? Just a weird volunteer day, come home, eat ramen, forget about it. We drove around the back road that runs behind the complex. The building sat there like a dead thing. Windows boarded. A chain across the access drive. Weeds frozen in place. Behind it was a line of scraggly trees. And behind those trees, the ground dips a little. And that's where the field is, like it's hiding. There wasn't a real fence, just old posts and sagging wire in places. There was a gate, but it wasn't a gate like you think. It was just two posts and a swinging metal bar you can lift. The sign was crooked. Marla lifted the bar like she'd done it before. Devin kept looking over his shoulder like we were trespassing. Marla said, "We have permission." And Devin said, "Yeah, I know." But his voice didn't sound like he knew. The first thing I noticed was the plastic flowers. Not a lot, just some, stuck in the ground like people had tried. They rattled in the dry wind. The second thing I noticed was the stakes. They weren't all neat. Some were leaning. Some were missing. Some were just broken off flush with the ground, so you'd never know they were there unless you were looking for them. There were patches where the grass was worn away into hard dirt. There were little depressions that looked like old sink marks. No headstones. No names. Just numbers on weathered wood and sometimes nothing at all. I remember thinking, man, this is where people go when they stop being people to the system. And that thought made my throat tighten. Marla told us what to do. We work rows. We don't wander. We call out if we find something sharp. We don't take anything. We don't joke. We just do the list. She said it like a foreman. Devin nodded. I nodded. She handed me the recorder. I turned it on. The red light came on. Solid. I spoke into it like I was reading a shipping manifest. Row A, stake 001. Leaning, no markings, wood split. I kept doing that. The work was simple. Bend down, read the number, note the condition, straighten it if you can. Place a small flag if it's missing or down, so someone else can come back later. Devin was in the next row over, with Marla. I could hear them talking sometimes, little normal phrases. Watch your step. That one's loose. Don't push too hard. The sun lowered. The light got yellow and flat. It should have felt like nothing. Like an empty lot. But even then, before anything overt, there was this feeling like the air was held tighter there, like sound didn't travel right. A car passed on the road in the distance, and I heard it for a second, and then the noise dropped out like someone closed a door. My phone buzzed once in my pocket, a spam call, and when I looked at the screen it said 4:44 p.m. And I remember that because that number stuck, and then I put it away and kept working. I got to a section where the dirt was more exposed. The grass was thin. It was hard, cracked earth. No mud. No wetness. And then I saw a footprint. Just one. Barefoot. Not a shoe print. Not a boot tread. A foot. A human foot. The toes were clear. The arch, the heel, pressed into the dust like someone had stepped there with weight. I stood there staring at it like an idiot, and I remember my first thought was, that's a prank. Someone walked out here barefoot to be funny. But the air was cold enough that bare feet would hurt. And also, listen, this matters. The footprint looked wet, not shiny wet like a puddle, but dark, like the dirt had been dampened, like a wet foot had touched it, on dry, cracked ground, no rain for weeks. I said out loud without thinking, "What the?" And then I stopped because I don't talk like that in front of Marla, and I leaned closer. The footprint wasn't deep. It was just there, like a stamp. The edges were sharp. It hadn't been there when I walked into that row because I would have stepped on it. I would have noticed. I keep telling myself maybe I missed it, but dude, I was looking at the ground every second because of stakes and holes, and I did not see it until that moment, and it looked new. I looked around. I saw no other footprints, just the one. I called out Marla, and she answered, "Yeah," from 2 rows over. I said, "You guys see anything weird over there?" And she said, "Weird like what?" And I didn't want to sound stupid, so I said, "Like someone's been walking out here." And she said, "There's always kids back here sometimes. Just don't engage. Keep working." Devin called, "What did you see?" And I said, "Nothing. Never mind." Because I didn't want them to come over and tell me it's nothing and make me feel like a child. I took the recorder and I said into it, "Row C, between stake 043 and 044. Footprint observed, barefoot. Ground appears darkened." And then I hesitated because I realized how that sounded, and I added, "Possible recent trespass." I tried to make it fit a normal explanation. I stepped around it and kept going, but the feeling stayed, like a little cold spot behind my ribs. 5 minutes later, I saw another footprint. The first one had been a right, I think, because the big toe angle. This one was left. It was a few feet ahead of the first. Again, dark, like wet. Again, sharp edges. No shoe prints. No other signs. Just 1 foot, then another, like someone was walking but only leaving 1 print at a time. I swear to God my mouth went dry. I looked back at the first print. It was still there. I looked forward. Nothing else. I listened for footsteps. Just wind and the rattle of plastic flowers. I said to myself, okay, someone is messing with us. Maybe they're stepping in something wet and then stepping here and then lifting, like they want to scare volunteers. But where would they get wet, man? There's no water out there. The creek is far. The ground is like paper. I walked to the edge of the row and peeked toward Marla and Devin. They were bent over a stake, talking. They looked normal. They were not pranking me. I turned back. Ofer. The footprints were there. I said into the recorder, quieter this time. Additional footprint observed, left, similar. Then I did the thing I always do when I don't like something. I sped up. I tried to finish my row fast so I could get out of that section. I started reading numbers like an auctioneer. Stake 045, cracked. Stake 046, missing. Stake 047, leaning. And I stopped looking at the ground except for holes. And that's when I realized the footprints weren't staying behind me. Dude, I need you to understand what I mean. I would glance back, and I'd see the prints, and then I'd glance forward, and I'd see another one ahead. And it was always like they were just out of my direct focus. Like they were keeping pace but never letting me see the step happen. Right foot, left foot, space like a person walking normal. Not running, not stumbling, just walking through the rows. Not crushing stakes, not disturbing grass, just appearing on the bare patches like stamps. I kept telling myself, you are making a pattern out of random marks. The ground has dark spots, but these were feet. Man, toes, arch, heel. I felt watched. I felt like if I turned too fast, I'd catch someone there. I did turn fast. Once, like a snap. And there was nothing. Just stakes and weeds, and the broken backside of the complex. My heart was doing that thick pounding where you can feel it in your throat. I wanted to call out again, but my pride held me. Marla clapped her gloves together and said, "Good start. We'll come back tomorrow if you can." Devin said, "Yeah." But he didn't sound like yeah. I kept looking at the ground as we walked back to the cars, and I saw no footprints near the path we took out, which should have relieved me, but it didn't. Because it meant they were only in that one section with the bare dirt. Like whoever it was knew where they would show. In the parking lot, Marla said, "You okay, Casey? You got quiet." And I said, "Just tired." And Devin looked at me and said, "Did you hear that thing?" And Marla said, "What thing?" And Devin shrugged like he didn't want to say it. I said, "Hear what?" And Devin said, "Nothing, maybe." And he laughed the wrong kind of laugh. The laugh you do when you're trying to pretend you didn't get scared. Marla said, "We're done for today. Go home. Drink water." The battery hesitated for a second like it does sometimes, that slow crank, and my stomach dropped because I thought, great, I'm going to be stuck here by this place. But then it caught. On the drive home, I kept checking my shoes on the floor mat like I expected them to be wet. They were dusty. Normal. I got home. I ate ramen. I sat on the couch. But when I took off my work shirt, I saw that brownish stain at the hem, and I swear it was not there that morning. It looked like water stain mixed with dirt, like someone had dipped the bottom edge in something and let it dry. I told myself I must have brushed against something at the field. Dust. Rust. Whatever. I went to bed, and I dreamed of feet. Not bodies. Not faces. Just feet. Bare feet on dry ground, leaving dark prints one by one. Thursday at the warehouse was the same. Forklift. Pallets. Beep beep, but I kept seeing the shape of toes in my head. I almost said no. Then I heard myself say yes, because I didn't want to be the guy who bails. And also, listen, there was a part of me that wanted to prove it was nothing, to go back and see it in daylight and have it be gone. Devin showed up too. He looked like he hadn't slept, eyes red. We went back at about 3:55 p.m. Same dry wind. Same pale sky. The gate bar scraped when Marla lifted it, a metal-on-metal sound that made my teeth itch. We went back to our rows. I kept the recorder. I kept my voice steady. Row D, stake 052. I tried to focus on numbers. I didn't want to look for footprints, but I did look. You can't not look once the thought is there. I got to the same section with bare dirt. No footprints. Relief hit me so hard my knees felt weak. I almost laughed. I said into the recorder, like a normal person, "No trespass signs observed today." And then I stopped because I didn't want to tempt anything. That's how it felt. Like you don't say certain things out loud. I worked for maybe 20 minutes in that section, and nothing happened. And I started to believe I made it up. Then I heard Devin call my name. Not shout, just call, "Casey." He was standing still, not bent over, and his face looked pale. Marla said, "What is it?" And Devin said, "Do you see that?" And he pointed down at the ground near his boots. I walked over. There, between two stakes, was a footprint. Bare, wet dark, sharp, same as yesterday. And Devin said, in this small voice like he was embarrassed, "It wasn't there, man. It wasn't there." And then it was. Marla frowned like she didn't want to deal with it, and she crouched and touched it with her gloved finger, and she pulled her glove back like she touched something cold. She said, "Ground's just darker there." But her voice didn't sound sure. Devin said, "No, it's a foot." And Marla said, "Don't say it like that." And Devin said, "It is." And I felt this sick relief that I wasn't alone now, that someone else saw it, and that relief was mixed with dread because it meant it was real enough to share. I said, "It's wet," and Marla snapped. "It's not wet," like she could will it into being dry. And then she stood up and said, "We're not doing this. We're here to work, mark it on the log and move on." Devin looked at me like he wanted me to back him up, and I didn't. One, ma, 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 because I was scared of making it bigger. So I said into the recorder, "Row E, footprint observed near stake 067, and I kept my voice flat. We moved on. 10 minutes later, there were more. 10. One at the end of Devin's row, one in mine, then another. Always one at a time. Always spaced like a person walking. Always barefoot. The ground around them stayed dry, cracked, dusty. It was like the prints were the only damp thing in that whole place. Marla kept pretending it was dirt variation, but I could see her shoulders were tight. I could see she kept checking the spaces between rows, like she expected to see someone. At one point she said, "Kids," under her breath, and Devin said, "Kids do not do that." And Marla said, "Stop," and Devin said, "Okay," but his voice cracked on okay. We finished later that day, closer to 5:40 p.m. The sun was down. The light was going gray. The wind made the plastic flowers rattle like teeth. As we walked back toward the cars, the sound of traffic on the far road faded again. Like a blanket fell. I remember that sudden hush, like the world pulled away. Marla said, "We're done for the week." And Devin said, "We didn't even finish." And Marla said, "We're done." And her voice left no room. "In the lot," Devin said, "I heard something." And Marla said, "No, you didn't." And Devin said, "I did. I heard a woman." And Marla said, "Devin," like a warning. Devin looked at me and he said, "It said, 'Don't leave me.'" And my skin went tight all over, because my recorder was in my hand, and I had been using it, and I had not heard anything like that. Not with my ears, not out loud, but I believed Devin anyway, and that's a terrible thing to admit, because it means part of me already knew what kind of wrong this was. That night, I didn't want to listen to the recorder. I didn't. I put it on the kitchen counter, like it was dirty. I showered. I scrubbed my hands too long. I checked my shoes. Dry. I changed into sweatpants. I ate a frozen pizza. Normal things. But I kept looking at the recorder like it might blink. Around 9:30 p.m., I finally turned it on and played back the last few minutes from the field. Devin's muffled voice. Marla's voice. Wind. Rattle. And then, in a gap where none of us were talking, there was a sound that made my throat close. It wasn't a scream. It wasn't a dramatic thing. It was low, like someone speaking close to the microphone. But the words were not loud. They were clear enough that I knew they were words. It said, "Do not leave me unnamed." I sat there with my mouth open. I replayed it. Same thing. Same phrase. I swear to God I looked around my apartment like someone could be there. I checked the hallway. I replayed it again and again. It was not my voice. It was not Devin. It was not Marla. It sounded like a woman, but older, tired, like her throat was dry. The words were careful, like she had to push each one out. "Do not leave me unnamed." I turned the volume down. I held the recorder up to my ear. The sound was still there. I turned the volume up. The sound didn't get much louder, like it wasn't recorded the same way as our voices. It sat underneath, close, like it was inside the plastic. I stopped the playback. I turned the recorder off. I set it down. My hands were shaking. I said out loud, "No," like that would undo it. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to call anyone because what do you say? "Hey, my volunteer recorder captured a voice that shouldn't be there. Can you come over?" I didn't answer. It buzzed again, same unknown. I didn't answer. I went to bed. I lay there, staring at the ceiling. I heard every car outside, every pipe. I kept thinking about that phrase. And the more I thought about it, the more it felt like a hook in my skin. Like it was pulling at me. Like it wanted my attention. Friday. I woke up before my alarm, 4:48 a.m., and I had that feeling like something happened while you slept and you missed it. I went to the kitchen, and the recorder was on the counter where I left it. But it was turned slightly, like it had been moved. I know that sounds small. It sounds like nothing, but I remember setting it with the buttons facing me. Now it was turned toward the sink. I stood there staring at it, and my chest started doing that tight thing. I checked the door lock. Locked. Windows closed. No sign of anything. I picked up the recorder and my fingers felt numb. I turned it on. The battery indicator was low, even though it had fresh batteries when Marla gave it to me. I pressed play without thinking, like I needed to hear it again to prove it wasn't real. It started from somewhere in the middle. Wind. My voice. Devon. And then, over that, another phrase quieter, like it wasn't meant for playback, like it was meant for me alone. It said, Casey, just my name. Dude, I dropped it. I dropped it like it was hot. It hit the linoleum and clattered. I backed up until my shoulders hit the fridge. I stood there breathing hard. I picked it up again because I couldn't leave it there. My hands were shaking so bad I almost couldn't press the buttons. I rewound. I played. It said it again. Casey, my name. Same tired voice. Not Devon. Not Marla. Not me. I turned it off and I put it in a drawer. I went to work anyway because I didn't know what else to do. All day, I kept thinking someone was going to say my name behind me. At lunch, Marla texted me, "We are done. Drop the recorder at my porch." That's what it said. No, smiley. No explanation. I wanted to tell her what was on it, but I didn't want to write it in a text like it was normal. I finished my shift. I drove to Marla's place. It's a small house near the tracks. Porch light always on. I parked. I took the recorder out of the drawer at home before I left. And when I touched it, it felt colder than the air. I walked up to her porch. The boards creaked. I placed the recorder in a paper bag and set it by her door like she asked. I knocked. No answer. I knocked again. Still nothing. Her porch light flickered once, just a stutter, and I felt that same tightness. I backed off the porch and walked to my car, and I realized my shoes felt heavier, like the soles were thick. I opened my car door and looked down at my boots. The bottoms were wet, not damp from dew, wet like fresh water, and there was no rain. The pavement was dry. I looked at the ground under my boots, and there were wet footprints leading from Marla's porch to my car. Bare footprints. Not boot prints. Barefoot. On the dry driveway. One by one. Leading to me. I swear to God I made a sound I didn't recognize. Like a small animal. I looked back toward the porch. Marla's door was closed. The light was steady again. No movement. I looked down again. The wet prints were darker than the asphalt. Clear toe marks. Like someone had stepped in water and walked out of a river, and then onto her driveway, and then toward me. But there was no water. I lifted my boot, and I swear there was a drip from the sole. I didn't know what to do, man. I got in the car and locked the doors. I started the engine, and it hesitated again. Slow crank, and my throat tightened like I was going to cry. It started. I backed out too fast. Tires squealing, and as I pulled away, I looked in the mirror, and I saw the wet footprints on her driveway, fading, not drying like normal, but fading like someone erased them from the edges inward until they were just darker spots, and then nothing. I got home and I checked my boots again, but my socks were damp, like I had stepped in a shallow puddle. I took them off and my feet were cold. I went to the bathroom and I looked at the bottoms of my feet, and there was dirt stuck to them in a pattern like toes. But I had been wearing boots, and my stomach turned. I washed my feet until they were red. I threw the socks away. I tried to tell myself it was condensation, some spilled water, anything, but I knew it wasn't. I knew it because of the recorder and the words and the footprints and the way the field went quiet like the world stepped back. Saturday morning, Marla called me. Her voice sounded flat, like she was trying to keep it together. She said, "Did you listen to it?" I said, "Yes, She said, "Do not say it out loud." I said, "What?" And she said, "Do not repeat what it said. Just answer. Did you listen?" I said, "Yes." There was a pause, and then she said, "Devon's missing." I felt the room tilt. I said, "Missing like," and she cut me off. "He didn't show for work. He didn't answer. His mom called me because she knows I volunteer with him sometimes. Last place his phone pinged was back by the complex." I said, "No." She said, "I drove there." Said, "I drove there. The gate bar was down. The sign was knocked over. There were no tracks, no tire marks, no footsteps, nothing but the ground in that one section." And her voice got thin. The ground had wet prints. Bare feet. Going in a line. Going into the rows. I swallowed, and I said, "Marla, we have to call someone." And she said, "They will not go in there, Casey." I said, "What do you mean?" And she said, "The county doesn't care. The cops don't care. They will say he ran. They will say he's a grown man. They will not step into that field because they hate it. Everybody hates it." I said, "We can go." And she said, "No." I said, "We can go with flashlights." And she said, "No. Listen to me. I went to get the recorder off my porch after you dropped it. It was gone." I felt my stomach drop again. I said, "Gone like stolen." And she said, "Gone like it was never there." And there were wet footprints on my porch. Barefoot, standing right at my door, not going anywhere. Just standing, like someone waited. I couldn't speak. Marla said, "I heard it last night. Not on the recorder. In my kitchen." Same voice. It said my name. Her voice cracked. She said, "I have lived a long time. Aholawan, I have seen enough. I am not going back." I whispered, "Devon." And she said, "I'm sorry." Then she hung up. I sat on my couch staring at the wall. My chest felt hollow. I kept thinking of Devon's face when he pointed at the first footprint, like he couldn't decide if he was scared or embarrassed. I kept thinking of that phrase, "Do not leave me unnamed," and I kept thinking of Devon's name being said, "Devon," by Marla, and then the word "missing," and it felt like a cruel joke. I did the dumbest thing next. I did it because guilt is a lever, and something pulled it. I drove to the field. I told myself I was going to look, just from the road, just to see if there were cars, just to see if there was any sign. It was mid-afternoon, 2:26 p.m., when I checked my phone as I turned onto the back road. Bright daylight, dry air. The complex looked the same. Dead windows, weeds, chain. I parked by the sagging wire. I didn't go in at first. I stood there with my hands on my hips like I was a supervisor on a smoke break. I called Devon's phone, straight to voicemail. I texted him, "Where are you?" No response. I listened. Birds, wind, far traffic, normal. I told myself, see, nothing. Then I noticed the gate bar was down. It had been up when we left Thursday. It was down now, resting in the notch like someone closed it. I had not seen Marla close it before. She usually left it. I stepped closer. The bar had a damp mark on it, like someone touched it with wet hands. I touched it with my finger. Cold. My finger came back with a dark smear like wet dirt. I told myself. The ground near the entrance was dry. No tracks, no prints, no sign. The field looked empty, like it always did. And then I heard my name. Not from behind me, not shouted, not in the wind. It sounded like it came from the recorder speaker, but I didn't have the recorder. It sounded like it came from the ground itself, close, like someone speaking through a vent. Casey. Just that. My name. Same tired voice. I froze so hard my knees locked. I said, "Who is there?" And my voice came out thin. I waited. Nothing. Just whined. Then, from deeper in, I heard it again. And this time it was a full phrase. The same one. And it carried across the rows like the air was a wire. Do not leave me unnamed. I didn't run. I didn't run. I didn't run. I should have run. But I didn't. I walked forward. One step. Like I was pulled. I kept thinking, Devin could be hurt. Devin could be hiding. Devin could be playing a sick joke. But my gut knew better. I walked toward that bare dirt section, like my feet knew the path. The wind seemed to die as I got closer. The plastic flowers stopped rattling. The hush came down again, heavy, like the world stepped back. I could still see the road through the trees, but it felt far, like a picture. I stepped into the bare section, and I saw the footprints. Not one, not two, a whole trail, barefoot wet prints in a line weaving between stakes. They were dark. They looked like someone had just walked there from a river. Toes splayed, heel heavy. And the trail went forward, and then it stopped at an empty patch where there was no stake, no marker, just a depression in the dirt like an old settling. At that depression, there were two wet footprints side by side, like someone stood there and waited. I stared at those two prints, and my mind did that thing where it tries to make it normal, where it tries to say maybe someone poured water, maybe kids, maybe animals. But animals don't make feet like that. Kids don't pour water that leaves toe marks. I swallowed and I said, Devin. And my voice sounded wrong in that hush, like the sound got swallowed. No answer. Oh, all. I took another step, and my boot sank slightly, like the dirt was softer there, and that made no sense because the ground was hard everywhere else. I looked down at my boot, and when I lifted it, there was a wet imprint left behind. But it was not a boot print. It was a barefoot print. My stomach flipped. I stared at my boot. It was still a boot. I could see the tread, but the ground behind it had a foot, toes, arch, heel, like my boot had never existed. I felt like I was going to pass out. I backed up, one step, and the next imprint was also a foot, then another. It was like the ground refused to remember the shape of my boots. It was like it insisted on feet. I said, no. And then I said, listen, like I was talking to a person. And I hate that I did that. I hate that my brain went there. But it did. I said, I don't know what you want. And as soon as I said that, the voice answered. And it did not come from any direction I could point at. It came from everywhere close, like the air around my head spoke. It said, a name. Just 2 words, a name. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. I said, I can't. And the voice said, a name. Again, same tone. Patient. Tired. I shook my head like that mattered. I said, there are numbers. And the voice said, not a number. Then, behind me, I heard a sound that made my skin crawl. And it was simple. It was just footsteps on gravel. Crunching, slow, like someone walking on the path we came in on. I spun around. Nothing. No one. The path was empty. But the crunching continued. Closer. Steady. 1 step at a time. I backed up and my boots kept leaving barefoot prints. I said, stop. and the crunching stopped. The hush deepened. Then I heard Devin's voice, not from a mouth, not from the air. It sounded like it came from under the ground, muffled, like he was speaking through a pillow. He said, "Casey," and my whole body went cold. I said, "Devin," and I took a step forward without thinking. And that depression in the dirt, the empty patch, seemed to widen just a little, like the edges softened, like it was breathing. I swear to God. Listen, I know how that sounds, but it did. It looked like the dirt relaxed, like a mouth opening. I stopped. I said, "Devin, where are you?" And the muffled voice said, "Right here." And then it said, "It is cold." And then it said, "Right. Where confront?" And then it said, "Do not leave me." And the last part didn't sound like Devin anymore. It slid into that tired woman voice. And my brain snapped, like something rewired, and I realized the voice would use any sound it had learned to pull me. I stepped back hard. I turned toward the entrance. The road was there through the trees, but it looked farther than it should, like the distance stretched. I started walking fast. My breath was loud in my ears. I didn't run at first because running felt like panic and I wanted control. But then I saw something ahead that made me run anyway. On the path between rows, in the strip of grass where there had never been a marker, there was a headstone. I stared at it. There had never been headstones in the field. Never. Not one. This was a potter's section, numbers only. But there it was. Like the place had decided to change the rules. I walked closer, shaking, because my brain needed to read it. Like reading it would make it make sense. And there was a name carved into it. Not a number. A full name. I am not going to say it. I can't say it. I can see the letters in my head and they make my teeth ache. But it was carved deep, clean, and under it there was a date. And the date was wrong. Not in a dramatic way, just wrong in a way that made my stomach drop. Because it was a future year, a year that hasn't happened yet. And under the date, in smaller letters, it said, "Unnamed." Like a cruel label. Like a joke. I stood there staring, and I felt something behind me. Not a touch, not a hand, just pressure. Like the air thickened against my back, like someone stood too close. The hush was total now. Even the wind seemed gone. I couldn't hear the road. I couldn't hear birds. I couldn't hear anything but my own breathing, and the faintest sound of wetness, like bare feet stepping slowly in dirt. I didn't turn. I couldn't. The voice spoke again, right by my ear without breath. "Read it," I whispered. "No," the voice said. "Read it." My throat clenched. My eyes burned. I stared at the name on the stone, and my brain did something awful. It tried to fit it into my life, like maybe it was someone I knew, like maybe it was a family name, like maybe it was mine, and that thought made me dizzy. I squeezed my eyes shut. When I opened them, the name on the stone had changed. It was different letters, same spacing, different name. The date stayed the same, future year. The word "unnamed" stayed. I blinked hard, like maybe my eyes were dry. Dude. I started shaking so hard my knees knocked. I backed away from the stone, and the pressure behind me moved with me. I backed more. I turned my head just enough to see the edge of movement in my peripheral, and I swear to God there was nothing solid there, nothing you could point to, just a distortion, like heat, haze. I made a sound, a small choking sound, and then I ran. I ran between the rows, not caring about stakes, not caring about holes. My boots thudded, but the prints behind me were barefoot wet stamps. I glanced back once and I saw the trail of wet feet following mine. but not exactly. Like it was just offset. Like a second set was walking half a step behind. I hit the gate bar and almost tripped. I shoved it up and stumbled out onto the road shoulder. The moment I crossed that sagging wire line, sound came back in a rush, like someone turned the world on. Wind, traffic, a bird, my own ragged breath. I kept running to my car. My hands fumbled the keys. I got in and locked the doors. I looked down at my boots. They were dry, completely dry. But my floor mat had wet footprints on it, barefoot footprints. Dark, one after another, leading from the driver's side toward the passenger side. Like someone had climbed in with me. My whole body went numb. I turned my head fast toward the passenger seat. Empty. I looked in the rearview mirror. Empty back seat. I looked again at the floor mat. The footprints were there. I stared until my eyes hurt, and then, like Marla's driveway, they began to fade. Not dry, but fade, until the mat looked normal again. I started the car. The battery hesitated so long I thought it wouldn't catch, and in that second, I felt this insane fear that I would be trapped right there, that the hush would drop again, that the gate would be behind me, that the field would stretch time and distance and swallow. The engine started. I peeled out. I drove without looking back. I drove to the main road. I drove to a gas station under bright lights. I parked by the pump and sat there shaking. I looked at my phone. 2:29 p.m. 3 minutes. I had been in there longer than 3 minutes. I knew it. My lungs were burning like I ran a mile. My legs felt weak. But my phone insisted only 3 minutes had passed since I parked. I checked my call log. No outgoing calls. Devin's last red receipt from days ago. Then I drove home, and I locked my door, and I sat on the floor with my back against the couch like a person hiding from a storm. That night, around 1:40 a.m., I woke up because my feet were cold. I sat up and looked down, and there was dampness at the bottom of my sheets, like someone had climbed in with wet feet and stood there. I threw the covers back. The mattress was dry. The sheet had 2 wet footprints near the foot of the bed, side by side, like someone stood and waited. I turned on the lamp. The footprints were not shiny. They were dark like a stain. I stared at them until my eyes watered. They did not fade fast like the others. They stayed. I got up and backed away. My feet hit the floor, and the floor felt cold under my soles. And that's when I realized I was barefoot. And I hadn't been. I always wear socks to bed because my apartment is cold. But I was barefoot, and my socks were folded neatly on my chair like someone placed them there. I don't know why that detail makes me feel sick, but it does. I grabbed my phone and I went to the kitchen, and I sat at the table with the overhead light on like that could protect me. I didn't sleep. Every time the building creaked, my stomach clenched. Around 3:07 a.m., my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I stared at it. It buzzed again. I answered without thinking because I was tired and scared and angry, and I wanted someone to say something normal. I put it to my ear and I said, "Hello." There was silence. Then that tired voice, close, like it was speaking into my ear from the inside, said, "A name." I pulled the phone away and stared at the screen like the number would explain. I said, "Who is this?" And the voice said, "A name." Again. Patient. I hung up. My hands were shaking so hard I almost dropped the phone. I blocked the number. A second later, my phone buzzed from a different unknown number. I didn't answer. It buzzed again. Then again. I turned the phone off. I sat there in the bright kitchen light with the dead phone in my hand like a useless brick. I started crying. Quiet, angry crying. In the morning, I drove to the warehouse like normal because routine is a rope you hold when the world is slippery. Devin wasn't there. His station was empty. People talked in that hushed way they do when someone is missing, but not officially declared missing yet. Someone said he went on a binge. Someone said he owed money. Someone said he probably ran. I wanted to shout, "No, he didn't run. He got pulled. He got taken by a place that doesn't remember names." But I didn't say anything because I didn't want them to look at me like I was crazy. I went to the bathroom and threw up because the smell of industrial soap suddenly reminded me of wet dirt. I tried to call Marla. No answer. I drove by her house after work. Her porch light was off for the first time I'd ever seen. Her curtains were closed. No car. I knocked once. Nothing. I didn't knock again. I didn't want to stand on her porch long enough for wet footprints to appear. I went home. I tried to scrub the stain out of my work shirt again. It didn't budge. It looked darker now. Like the stain had depth. I threw the shirt away in the dumpster behind my building because I didn't want it in my apartment. The next morning, it was back in my laundry basket, folded. I stood there, staring at it, until my vision blurred. I picked it up with 2 fingers like it was a dead thing. It was damp at the hem, not soaked, damp. I ran water in the sink and held the hem under the faucet, and the water that dripped off looked clear. But the stain didn't change, and my hand started shaking again, and I realized the stain wasn't from something on the outside. It was like it was in the fabric, like it was part of it. I threw the shirt away again, this time in a trash can at a gas station across town. I drove home. I checked my phone. 11:18 a.m. I walked into my apartment. The shirt was on my couch. I didn't touch it. I sat on the floor and I stared at it like it might move. That's when I knew this wasn't just the field. It followed. It wasn't a person pranking. It wasn't trespassers. It wasn't kids. It was something about names and the lack of them. Something that could ride on records and lists and audio. Something that could learn a voice and use it. Something that could make wet footprints appear where water doesn't exist. I went to the storage closet and I got a plastic tote, and I put the shirt in it without folding, and I snapped the lid tight. I taped it. I shoved it in the back of the closet. I told myself, there. Done. That night, I dreamed of the stone again, the headstone that shouldn't be there. And I dreamed the name on it kept changing. And every time it changed, it got closer to something I recognized, like the letters were sliding toward my own. I woke up at 2:58 a.m. with my heart hammering and my mouth dry. I went to the closet. The tote lid was off. The tape was peeled back, neat, like someone did it carefully. The shirt was gone. I found it the next morning on my passenger seat, belted in like a person. That was the moment I stopped trying to be normal. That was the moment I called in sick, and I started packing a bag like I was evacuating. I grabbed clothes. I grabbed documents. I grabbed my laptop. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I couldn't stay in an apartment where objects moved on their own in neat, patient ways. I drove to my sister's place, 2 towns over. I didn't tell her everything. I told her I was stressed. I told her I needed a couch for a few nights. She looked at me like I was a stray dog. She said, "What happened?" And I said, "Work stuff." And she said, "You look like you saw a wreck." And I said, "I'm fine." And she said, "You're not fine." And I snapped, "I'm fine." And then I apologized because I'm not a monster. She let me stay. That first night on her couch, I woke up to the sound of someone walking in the hallway. Soft steps, bare feet on wood. I sat up. The hallway was dark. I called, "Jess," my sister's name, and she didn't answer. I listened. The steps stopped. Then that hush feeling pressed in, even in her house, like the air tightened, and I knew it had followed. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight and pointed it down the hall. Nothing, but on the wood floor, right in the beam, there were wet footprints. Barefoot, dark, one at a time, leading toward my sister's bedroom door. I felt like I was going to faint. I got up and stepped carefully, trying not to touch them, because I didn't want my feet to become part of whatever it was. I knocked again, louder. She said groggy, "What?" And I said, "Are you okay?" And she said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Nothing, sorry." Because what do you say? There are wet footprints leading to your door from nowhere. I backed away. I went back to the couch. I kept the flashlight on the floor. I stared at the footprints until they faded, slow, like ink drying in reverse. The next morning, my sister said, "You were up last night." And I said, "Bad dream." And she said, "You're scaring me." And I said, "I'm sorry." And I meant it. I left that day because I couldn't bring it into her house. I drove aimlessly. I avoided routes that passed any cemetery, even the small ones behind churches. Every time I saw a line of stones, my chest tightened. I started taking long detours. I started being late to everything. I turned the radio up whenever I passed a funeral home because the silence felt like an invitation. I stopped going to my grandfather's grave, even though I used to go on his birthday. I stopped going to memorial services. I started making excuses. People called me flaky. People called me selfish. I let them because it was better than telling the truth. Weeks went by. Devin never came back. The rumor became that he ran. Marla quit volunteering. Someone said she moved. Someone said she got sick. I saw her once at a grocery store, and she looked smaller, like she had lost weight. I started to walk toward her, and she saw me, and her face tightened, and she shook her head once, slow, and mouthed, "No," like begging. I stopped. I turned away. I didn't chase her. I didn't want to pull her back into it. And I didn't want her to pull me either. Because there was this awful feeling that talking about it makes it stronger. Like repeating the words gives it a shape. The recorder never turned up. The county never called. No one asked me for the audio logs. It was like the whole thing got swallowed by paperwork. Like the field does to people. Like it eats records. I tried to throw away that work shirt again. I burned it in a metal barrel behind a friend's place. I watched it turn black and curl and collapse. I watched the stain darken and then vanish into ash. I went home feeling light for the first time in weeks. That night, I opened my closet and the shirt was hanging there. Clean. Dry. Like nothing happened. Except the stain was bigger now. Like a tide mark. And I sat on the floor and laughed until I cried because my brain couldn't take it. I don't live in that apartment anymore. I broke my lease. I moved to a different part of town near a busier road where there's always noise. I sleep with a fan on and a radio low because quiet feels dangerous. I keep my phone on airplane mode at night because I can't handle unknown calls. Sometimes I still get them anyway, and that makes my skin crawl because it means airplane mode doesn't matter to whatever it is. I avoid the back road by the complex, like it's cursed. I will add 20 minutes to my drive, rather than pass that sagging wire line. I don't look at cemetery gates. I don't read headstones. If someone tells me they're going to a funeral, I say I'm sorry and I send a message later. I don't go. I can't. The last time I tried, I sat in my car outside the funeral home, and my hands started shaking and I thought I smelled wet dirt, and I drove away. People say grief makes you weird. People say you're overthinking. People say places can't follow you. But I'm telling you, listen, the proof isn't in stories. It's in the little things that keep happening. Every so often, I wake up and there's a single wet footprint on my kitchen tile. Just one, right by the sink, like someone stepped in and then stopped. No trail, just one. It never shows up when anyone else is around. It's always when I'm alone. It's always when the air feels too still. And once, I'm telling you, once, I found a new contact in my phone that I did not add. No name. Just a number. And under it, in the notes field, there was a phrase typed in plain text. No punctuation, no emotion, just the words. Give me a name. I deleted it. It came back a week later. I got so angry I threw my phone across the room. The screen cracked more. I bought a new phone. Different account. Different number. 2 months later, I got an unknown call at 3:07 a.m. and when I answered, because I'm stupid and tired and some part of me wants it to be done, the voice said, "Gentle, tired, close. Do not leave me unnamed." I hung up and I sat in the dark, shaking, and I realized the worst part. Dude, the worst part is that it is patient. It does not rush. It does not yell. It does not threaten. It just asks. Over and over, like it has all the time in the world. Like it can wait until you're worn down, until you slip, until you say something you shouldn't, until you give it what it wants. And I keep thinking about that headstone that appeared where there shouldn't be one, and the name that changed when I blinked, like it was searching. And I keep thinking, what happens if it finally settles on one? What happens if it finds a name that sticks? What happens if that name is mine? And I hate that thought because it feels like the field is not just a place. It's a mechanism. It's a hunger for identity. It's the idea of being forgotten made into something that can move. And I'm not trying to be poetic. I'm trying to say it plain. It wants a name because it doesn't have one, and it will take yours if you give it. And I don't know how to stop it, and I don't know what happened to Devin, and I don't know where Marla went, and I don't know if the field is still there doing what it does under that dry wind and those rattling flowers, but I know this. I know the sound of wet feet on dry ground now. I know the silence that drops like a blanket. I know how it feels to read letters on stone that change when you look back, and I know that if I ever see a line of numbered stakes again, if I ever see an unmarked patch behind a building where the system put people it didn't want to remember, I will not step inside. I will not volunteer. I will not record. I will not try to help, because the moment you make a record, the moment you speak into a device and say numbers like they are enough, the moment you stand in a place where names were lost, something hears you, something notices that you can be remembered, and it follows you out on wet feet you cannot see until they are already behind you.